Okay, everybody, welcome back to Friday Night One Shots. I am excited to be here tonight. I know that I've been doing a ton of interviews, but I haven't been, running any games. So my name is Matt Yancic. I am the founder and head game master at the multinational corporation known as Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain. We have offices in New York City, Tokyo, Rome, Shanghai, and we're actually building one in that world's tallest building in Dubai, like that at the top of it. But I still haven't picked out the colors yet, so there's been a little delay for the office scheme. But at any rate, we are back, and as always, we've got a nice Friday night one shot ready for you to go. Tonight we're going to be doing a little something I call Zork Resurrected. So this is dedicated to the text adventure Zork from our youth. Well, from our youth, maybe not your youth. You may be very, very young. So as always, I'm joined by three compatriots who have been on the program multiple times and two new players who we're very excited about. So if you take a look to my immediate right, we've got Eric, and then below Eric we have Scotty, and then below me we have Larry, and then it's always hard to point on this thing. And then to the side of Larry, with the amazingly awesome logo in the background, the Commodore 64 logo, is Steve, and then we also have Frank, as always. So I'm pretty excited to have everybody here on the program for tonight's show. So before we begin, I was hoping that maybe each player could say a little something about who they will be playing in tonight's adventure. So why don't we maybe start with, I can't point. Why don't we start with Frank? Frank, you want to tell us a little bit about who it is you'll be playing tonight on Zork Resurrected?
Yeah, I'm actually Frank, the physician, if we need to have names as someone, the something.
Mm-hmm.
So I am by trade a doctor,
Mm-hmm.
and I am part of an archaeological expedition based primarily in Egypt, digging up some of those pharaohs' tombs and such. So I have a passion for antiquity and myth and puzzles, but I am also a healer.
Oh, cool. And so you have a connection to Zork through an adventure you had in the Great Underground Empire 35
years ago. It's beyond memory almost.
Okay, got it. Let's move right along, and let's talk now to Steve, who's right there. Steve, can you tell us a little something about your character for tonight's festivities?
Sure. So my character is named Steve, and he is kind of insane. And he is, by the Cypher system parlance, he is a magical adept who crafts illusions. And he was once in Zork, one of the greatest wizards ever to explore that realm, Cadmus the Wise. And as a teenager, and then after he left Zork, he found himself lost. And so he's been to Tibet. He's been studied Kabbalah. He's studied every kind of magic. He smoked peyote with the Lakota Indians, but he has never been able to capture the magic in this world. And it's kind of driven him a little insane.
And
so he ate peyote. Is it eating or smoking?
Well, here's the thing.
Or is it like pop brownies?
Well, I can tell who here has not tried peyote. Because after you've tried peyote, you can't remember whether you eat it, whether you smoke it, or whether you drink it. So, all right. Eric is the most respectable person. He's the fresh-faced, new player, wet behind the ears, golly gee, here we go. Actually, that's the opposite. Let's keep going. I saw Larry frown when Steve was introducing his character, and that can only mean that I've failed to properly circulate emails to everybody about who's building what. I assume that Larry built like the exact same character. Go ahead, Larry.
Well, not exact, but
No.
but we can
but
explain
close.
this way pretty easily. Now, my name is Jack Hogenhofer, and yes, many years ago, I seem to have a vague recollection of going to the underworld, fighting something horrific, and coming out somehow unscathed. But right now, I'm a sober marketing director, perhaps an assistant VP of a marketing corporation, with a strange fixation on religion. However, I have a feeling that if I ever do find that gateway into the
Yes.
Zork realm again,
Right.
I may revert back to my mad magical warrior phase. So apparently something about this underworld spurs madness.
Perfect. And of course, you have a connection to the great underground empire, having ventured there 35 or 40 something years ago.
Exactly.
Thank you
Years
for that.
ago, a vague recollection of it.
Thank you for that, Jack. Next up, we have our last but not least, we have two special guest players for tonight. So the first one is our good friend and my internet neighbor, who if I just want to tell you a little story about my internet neighbor. So I moved in to a little place a few YouTube channels down from DM Scotty, and one day I was doing my stream and I heard a knock at my door, and I went to the door, and who did I see there but DM Scotty. Now, of course, when I say door, I mean Zoom door. Like I heard a knock at the Zoom door. I saw DM Scotty, and he handed me a fresh apple pie and welcomed me to the YouTube neighborhood and wished me good luck in my channel. So, Scotty, the pie was delicious. It was piping hot. It was the best digital pie I've ever eaten in my life. Thank you for that. So, Scotty, can you tell us a little bit about who you are playing tonight?
Oh, sure. I can do that. Yeah. My name is Bob Smith, see? And I'm not really that good with people, so I became an accountant so that I can have, the outer office deal with the people, and then I deal with numbers, right? But I have been having these strange dreams lately that I'm this enormous hulk of a man, and I'm in this strange underground land, and I don't really have muscles, but in this dream, I am a hulking figure of a man. I'm still not very good with words and very good with people, but I don't need to be, because I can just punch anything, right? I have enormous ham-sized fists.
Absolutely.
And I just punch whatever I want. And I also have this strange shield that has a face on it. I have some strange recollections of it talking to me, sometimes during those adventures, but and I feel something is coming. These are all dreams, and I don't know how to interpret this. I'm too afraid to go to a psychiatrist, but I feel in my gut that something is happening and something is coming.
And you feel, Jack, that this is related to that adventure you may or may not have gone on 35, 40 years ago.
And I'm going to be part of something.
Maybe. Tonight we will find out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the YouTube debut of my great friend and trusted ally, a teacher, lawyer, father, a man, a god among men, my good friend, Eric. Eric. Oh, yes.
What an introduction.
I know.
Thank
I got to
you.
make it
Thank you
good.
for
He's
that.
going to look. He's starting his own channel coming up too.
Of all the introductions to myself that I've heard, that one was certainly the most recent. So I
Most
the
recent
character
and
that I'm playing
inaccurate.
is also called Eric, coincidentally.
Mm-hmm.
And I, very much like Bob, have dreams once in a while of
Mm-hmm.
sort of wandering around this underground area. And I always have this tense feeling of searching, seeking.
Mm-hmm.
And those dreams have led me to have certain interests in my real life. For some reason, the Indiana Jones movies stuck with me as a kid, and I was like, that's cool. And I saw a James Cameron documentary about like exploring the abyss or aliens of the deep or something, and that's cool. And I've spent my whole life sort of questing and searching, looking for things. And I was in the army for a while, specifically to get deployed. I wanted to go looking for hidden treasures in strange lands. And when I got out, I became a historian, and I work with people again seeking treasures in strange places. My last job was a temp gig where I got hired to do some deep sea work with like little robots. So I was up on a boat controlling a robot looking for buried treasure and treasure chests and sunken ships. This is I for some reason I can't get enough of this. And I as a hobby, I buy these little locks on the internet that are like for practicing lock picks. And I just pick them. I sit there, you know, somebody might watch TV and crochet or something. I sit there, pick a lock while I'm watching TV.
Excellent. Thank you for that introduction, Eric. So, just to sort of rewind and let everyone know what we're doing tonight. 35 to 40 years ago, the gentleman that you see here in this game explored the great underground empire. However, over the years, over time, those memories have faded and become ephemeral, become like so much stardust. They've gone on to live their regular, everyday lives, live out just their simple ways, live out as if they were simple men. They've forgotten that they were master adventurers. But most recently, these 5 men have received in the mail an envelope, 1 envelope each. There was no return address on the envelope, but there was a logo stamped for the Cambridge Abbey Restaurant and Pub. And now this is something that you remember. All 5 of you remember. The Cambridge Abbey Restaurant and Pub is a place where you all hung out when you were teenagers years before. And so that logo does bring back memories. It brings back memories of your hometown. And maybe brings back some of those dreams that you saw in your sleep. Maybe it brings back some of those urges that you felt when you were exploring beneath the water. Maybe it just stirs a feeling to get out, to get back to adventuring. And so, with that in mind, you each, separately and independently, make the decision to head back home, head back to your hometown. And when you arrive, you take your Lyft or your Uber. And there's something different about your hometown. It's been years, it's been maybe even decades since you've been back. And of course, you tell yourself that that's only normal, that the town would have changed. There's, of course, a McDonald's there. There's a 24-hour Stop and Shop. Maybe they put in a movie theater. Things move on. The worm turns. Towns grow. But on top of all that, or maybe I should say underneath all of that, there's some odd things in your hometown now? It seems quiet now. It should be bustling, right? I mean, your town has grown. It seems almost subdued, and that doesn't seem right. There should be children coming out of the school playing, but for some reason, the playgrounds are silent. There should be people coming and going in the town center, but it's more like a trickle. Things have changed, and you're not quite sure why. But the one thing you do know is that you have that envelope. And now, at this point, I'd like to ask each one of you, what would you have done with your envelope? Would you have opened it? Would you have just sort of kept it? Because there may or may not be something in that envelope. So does anybody want to tell me?
I would open it. I'm into opening things. I open everything I can.
That's true. I used to work with Eric, and he opened all the cabinets in the break room. It was ridiculous. He was like a cat. Anybody else going to open it?
I would certainly open it. It could be correspondence or even a check from my employer.
Yeah, maybe it's the relief check, but probably not from the Cambridge Abbey. Anybody else opening it up?
Yeah, after taking a look at the logo, the seal, my hand would shake naturally as I'm sitting here trying to reach down and open up, but I would end up opening it.
I guess Steve, you're the one.
Silent. I have not opened it. I carry with me a large satchel filled with things, including a lot of unopened mail. And that envelope, though it intrigued me, just went into the pile of unpaid cell phone bills, unpaid electric bills, and anything else that came in the mail.
Have you been going through my piles of mail? So we've got Eric, we've got Jack, we've got oh my god, I've forgotten. What was your fake name? You forgot to unmute yourself. Now you lose, Larry.
No. I'm Jack. He's Frank.
Okay.
I'm Frank.
Yes, but
And
Scotty,
Bob.
are you opening? Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Could be important. You never know. Can't leave things just laying around.
Eric, all of you, forget it, Eric, all of you open up your envelopes. And when you tear the seal, you feel kind of a clattering as coins drop out. And they're not like really well cut coins. They're pretty rough looking. They look like they were very badly molded. And each one is inscribed with a letter on it, a single letter. On one side, and on the other side, as you turn it over, there's the image of a man. However, this is unlike any man you have ever seen before. It's the profile of a man with a very flat head. And beneath the man is the inscription, Bellwit the Flat, 699 GUE. Now, each one of you has a different number of coins. So, Scotty, I'm sorry, what was your character's name?
I'm Bob.
Bob?
Yeah.
Let me write that. Bob, you have an E, an E, and a D. An E, an E, and a D. One letter on each coin, so 3 coins. Eric, you have 5 coins. An R, an R, an R, an R, and a K. Of course. Each with 1 letter on it. And then, Larry, you have 2 coins. An S and an O. I'm sorry, Jack. Jack, you have 2 coins. An S and an O. And then, last but not least, Frank, You have 2 coins, a C and a T.
I feel the compulsion to look for a keyboard. I have to type take coins.
Right. You've already taken them.
Good.
I think that's what it actually says. I think that's what Zork says. So with that, do any of you want to spend a little bit of time or want to tell us how you spend your time when you come back to your hometown? So you've come back, of course, to go to Cambridge Abbey, but you can spend a little bit of time doing something somewhere if you'd like. Anyone? If not, we can
I
move
don't
on.
get I don't get stateside all that often, so I always stop in at my parents' house, and the stuff just collects there. All kinds of trash, crap, stuff my parents ferreted away in a closet from my youth. So I like to take these times to ferret stuff out, clean things out, maybe throw things out, and I go into those closets, and beyond all the really cool comic book collections and some of the trading cards that are still in there, probably worth millions, I find some interesting artifacts which twinge my actual nature. One of them is an Egyptian scepter, like a
Interesting
crook, a cane. It feels so familiar, but why is it in my closet?
So as you go through your closet, then you do separate out the comics and the games and maybe the stack of pornography that you had there. And way in the back, you see that scepter leaning in a corner of your closet. And it just sits there and it almost beckons to you. Do you know where you got this scepter at all, Frank?
I feel a connection to it. I think I must have found it somewhere. Like everything else in this closet, it's from when I was young. All kinds of bottle caps and stuff I cared about back then. But this is speaking to me, so I'm going to take it.
The scepter is taken.
Feels natural in my hands.
Perfect. Anybody else visiting home? Or going someplace else? Please.
Well,
go ahead, Bob.
So Bob, he drives into town, and he has this weird feeling. There's something pulling. This isn't coincidence. There's the coins that he got. There's this memory stirring in the back of his mind. He can't quite remember, but he feels like something is pulling him to town, and he gets to town, and as he's driving through town, memories of his youth are flooding back, and he remembers his best friends. They were teenagers, and he sees the playground, and he stops there, and they used to just hang out there, look at, watch girls and just chat about what was going on, what was rad at the time, and he sees that some of the stuff is still there. There's this rusty old not a merry-go-round. What's the thing you get on and you spin around?
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but we'll call it. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's a carousel, I think.
Carousel.
Yeah, carousel. Yeah. Okay, so he sees this rusty old carousel, and he remembers that they would play on it. And right now, the cement's cracked. It's wobbly. It's barely on. It's so rusty. It's barely on.
Yeah.
He walks up. Bob walks up to it, and he kind of pushes a little bit, and it squeaks horribly. And then he remembers something is fighting to come forward in his mind, and he remembers that one day him and his friends were all at this park, and they were like having fun, and they came up with a challenge, and they said, how fast can we make this carousel go? Let's see how fast we can make this go. So we all ran around in a circle as fast as we could till we were almost out of breath. We leapt on the carousel, and this is when the strange thing happened. We all awoke laying on the ground
Mm-hmm.
near the carousel. We were found by the authorities laying on the ground by the carousel, and none of us could remember what happened. We all just blanked out at the same time. It was this big thing with doctors and things. They were trying to figure out what happened to us, but no one ever came to any conclusion with what happened to us. And so that I'm just kind of sitting on the edge of this rusty, wonky carousel, kind of back and forth, thinking about this event from our youth. And maybe these things are connected. Maybe the pull that I feel to come here at this time and these coins, they're stirring something in me, and I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna find out.
Okay, I like it. Anyone else doing something? And you don't necessarily have to, but I'm just asking if you visit anyone in town or go see something, or even just
well, when the Uber driver pulls up to the what is it?
Cambridge Abbey?
Cambridge what?
Cambridge Abbey?
Sorry, Cambridge Abbey. Looks up at the sign and carp. That spells carp. And surprisingly, reaches into his pocket, pulls out a key. First National Bank on 3rd. Tells the Uber driver. He doesn't know what's compelling him or where the key even came from. So he enters the bank, goes to a safety deposit box, turns the key into the safety deposit box. Look of surprise on the teller's face because it hasn't been visited in decades. And reaches in, and there are 2 pieces of parchment tied with red shoelace. Reads them confusedly, sticks them in his pocket, and then walks back to the Cambridge Abbey.
Excellent. Anyone else? No pressure again. We can just take you there, or you can stop and do something if you want.
No.
Eric? Got it.
Good.
So with that, the 5 of you spend maybe a little bit of time reminiscing about your time as young teens growing up in this unnamed town so many years before. And you ultimately make it to Cambridge Abbey. And the moment you approach Cambridge Abbey, well, those old memories flood back of having hung out here when you were younger, of having maybe spent too many hours eating pizza, drinking soda, and then maybe during college years when you, or maybe those years after you moved away, you might have come back and maybe had a few beers here, played some pool. They all flood back to you. Some of them good, some of them bad. And at this moment, I'm going to ask my players, well, how quickly would you get there? I'm going to kind of guess that maybe Eric and Steve, who really haven't necessarily visited in town, would probably be the ones to get there first. Would it be safe to say that, guys, or?
Yes.
I think that's fair. I need something to drink.
So maybe the 2 of you enter Cambridge Abbey. And do either one of you want to be first, or we don't really have to say who enters first, but I think at one point you'll probably recognize each other. Or,
Yeah, I think I'm reaching for the door, and I feel that there's somebody behind me, and I'm going to keep the door open, for the person coming in behind me, and lo and behold, it's Steve.
It's Steve. There we go. That actually makes a lot of sense.
I will say that while he may recognize me, I look nothing like I did as a teenager. I have wild, crazy hair and a long beard, and would look just like Gandalf if I wasn't wearing a graphic T-shirt Bermuda shorts, and Crocs with socks on.
With
And me
socks.
not recognizing this person, I just say, "Hey, man, cool shirt."
And that's when I say, Eric, is that you?
Yeah. How do I know you?
Come on. It's Steve. Don't you remember?
Oh, without the beard, yeah. No,
That's right,
yes.
like doing
I get it right. Yes.
I,
Hey,
I
man, how's it going?
I reach up to him and I carrying my wooden staff, and I give him a great big hug. And I say, it's been too long.
It has. It's been decades. It's
So-
good to see you, though.
How fortuitous that we came at the same time after all these years.
Yeah,
Do you still live around here?
What?
Do you still
Say
live
again?
around here?
No. I had to drive. It was quite a trek. It's like an 8-hour drive.
I hitched a ride with a truck driver. Nice gal.
Well, cool. Yeah. Well, you can ride in my car from here on out, getting around town.
Well, thank you.
And as you're speaking, you're standing halfway in and out at the threshold of the door. And looking inside, you can kind of feel that it's warm inside, and you can actually smell the fireplace and maybe hear the crackling of logs, and maybe that scent from 30, 40 years ago has come back. It's older and maybe a little bit moldier, but it's there and it's familiar. However, this is in contrast to what's going on outside, because now outside it's later on in the day and it's evening is creeping up and the sky has gotten a little bit darker, and maybe that silence that you would become sort of nervously aware of before, well, if you could imagine, you couldn't have imagined it getting any quieter, but it has. Somehow things seem quieter. That sort of way that things get quiet when it snows and the sound is kind of sucked out of the atmosphere. And the sky continues to get a little bit darker. And it feels now, even though it's June 25th, it feels a little bit like fall, and there's a breeze that starts to blow. And with the breeze, as you're looking out from the Cambridge Abbey, you're looking out across the parking lot, maybe to the big Stop and Shop that was just put in 5-10 years ago. A mist starts to roll in. And as it rolls in, that sky gets a little bit darker. And then I assume you enter.
Yeah. Hey, man, there's no point standing out here when there's apparently pizza and soda inside. So I'm dying for a slice.
Yes, let's go. I believe it's customary when old friends reunite that they buy each other drinks. I'll let you go first.
That's very generous of you.
So you let the door close behind you, and just as it creaks shut, you hear an odd squeal that doesn't quite sound like a door squeaking shut, but on the other hand, it probably is. And you enter the Cambridge Abbey. And as you enter, you're immediately struck again by the fact that Cambridge Abbey, which used to be a hustling, bustling restaurant and pub, has now sort of gone flat. And the room is quiet. The room has, again, those sounds sucked out of it. And of course you look out across and you can see like lights hanging, lighting over pool tables, and there are tables and chairs, and there's even a bar and a countertop over there. And then off in the corner is a fireplace crackling with those flaming logs. And it's the same fireplace. It looks like the same stack of wood that you saw 40-something years before. And in a corner of the room, there are 3 gentlemen that you vaguely recognize. You may or may not have seen them before. You're not really sure about that. And a server appears, a young teenager who looks kind of thin and gaunt and a little awkward. He's got like sort of an awkward look and move to him, kind of like, he hasn't quite gotten his footing and he's still a little off balance there as a young teen. And he comes out and he shows you to a table and he takes your orders and sits you down. And then those three gentlemen that were off in the corner, well, they seem to have noticed the two of you entering. And maybe they chat a little bit and they look over as you continue to chat. And then ultimately, though, they go back to what they were doing. So let's go back to Frank, Bob, and Jack. I assume that the three of you are kind of heading to Cambridge Abbey at this point?
Yeah, my folks don't live too far from it, so I will roll through the old homestead using this scepter as a cane and stroll to the old Cambridge Abbey.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
It's taking me past a playground where strangely someone is spinning around the carousel.
Oh.
Making quite a racket. I look over. What do I see over there? Is anyone I recognize?
I don't know. Why don't you make the first... Well, no, we'll just say you recognize him. We won't even worry. You're going to recognize him. You do. Who does he see, Bob?
Frank! Hey, Frank, it's you!
Holy... Bob, what are you doing here? It's been forever.
I was remembering that time when we were kids and we were playing on this carousel and we all blacked out, remember?
Yes, the lost time incident. Never did figure out what happened to us.
Are you heading to the Cambridge?
Yeah, I got this envelope and I'll fish out the ripped open envelope with some coins in it. You've got one too.
Me too. Did you
Well,
have a return address or anything on it?
Just the Cambridge Abbey. That's it. And coins. I've 2 coins. Very unusual markings.
I had 3.
Well, I suppose if you'll do me the honor, walk with me. Let's see where this journey goes.
Maybe that's because I knew I was an accountant.
And so with that, the two of you begin to walk toward Cambridge Abbey. And at this point, that cool fog, that cool mist... Oh, I'm sorry, Larry. You kind of look like you wanted to jump in. Is there something you'd like to add?
No, that's okay. I'll catch up on the back end. That's all
okay.
Right.
That cool mist starts to roll over you, and neither one of you really notice it because you're actually walking away from it until it envelops you, and the two of you are walking just, maybe 3 or 4 feet apart like you normally would, but suddenly Bob almost disappears and Frank almost disappears, and all you see is like a dark shadow, and you kind of have to take a step closer and so that you can see your old buddy. And the two of you are kind of forced to sort of stay a little closer together, and that fog just continues. It's at first just kind of a thin veil, but as it moves and rolls forward, it slowly just obscures your vision to the point now that actually you kind of lost your bearings at this point. You take a step maybe to the left and then one to the right, and actually maybe, wait a minute, was it that way or this way? So I'd like you two gentlemen at this point to make our first roll of the night. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I should have announced this, but I forgot to. We are playing Cypher System by Monte Cook Games. And Cypher System is, in my mind, it's like one of my favorite systems. And trust me, I'm not paid by Monte Cook to say any of that. Like, trust me, I am not paid by Monte Cook at all. So Cypher system is a great system, and what I'm going to ask my heroes here to do is make an, well, you know what? You tell me. Make an intellect, a strength, or maybe a might, or I'm sorry, a might, speed, or intellect roll. So the first step in Cypher system is for the GM and the player to kind of decide what stat they're going to use, might, speed, or intellect. And to at that point, I am setting in my head a task difficulty between 1 and 10. I'm going to multiply that by 3 to get a target number. So then the player is basically going to try to hit that target number, and they may modify that by using a skill, an asset, or some effort. So why don't you gentlemen give me a rationale for whatever stat you'd like to use, and then we'll see if you can get to Cambridge Abbey.
Well, I'm going to tap into intellect. And this is not wholly unlike some of the crazy sandstorms that we've had outside of Cairo. And I do happen...
I'll ease the task by 1 just for that, for you.
Just for that?
Yeah.
But I carry with me, for just such occasions, a compass. So I'm going to use that as an asset.
Yes, that'll work.
I don't have a map to check, but it might help me get my bearings.
Okay, so I'll ease it for 2. Scotty, how about you? Are you going to be using any... trying to ease it here?
Would Frank kind of say, would you say that out loud, Frank, or would you just kind of not tell me that you were doing that?
No, I would say that out loud because I'm fairly self-important, and I want you to know how intelligent I am now.
So you're playing yourself, Frank, is what?
Yes, quite.
So I think what Bob would do is he would try to, like put his hand on his shoulder, like someone who you're leading someone who can't see very well or something like that.
Yeah.
That would be what I would do.
So you're assisting, so we'll ease it by 3. So go ahead and make your roll, Frank.
I could roll a 12. It's a D20, right?
12. So as you're moving forward, you do something kind of counterintuitive, and it's something that you maybe comes back to you from many, many, many years before. When you can't trust what's in front of you, and when you can't trust what's above you, sometimes you have to look down at your own feet. And what you do is simply look at the parking spaces in the parking lot. And you do recall when you were a kid that you used to actually have races from one side to the other, and it was something like 15 parking spots to go from here to there. And you remember that, oh, wait, that's right. We're at the 13th. We have 2 more to go, and we're going to go over this much, and then you'll be near the Cambridge Abbey. And so you do that, and using the help of your buddy Bob, who reminds you that there was one time when you actually the first time you tried doing this, you miscounted, and you went back to that. Just by simply placing a hand on your shoulder, he directs you over a parking spot, and you're actually able to make it to the Cambridge Abbey restaurant and pub. And I assume you're going to open the door?
We're going to get right inside because this fogginess is unheard of.
Now,
let's get inside.
The 2 of you open up the door. You're assaulted, or should I say you're pleasantly surprised by the scent, a little bit moldier this time, of the Cambridge Abbey, and then you do enter. And as the door closes, you as well hear the squeaking of the door as, well, was that a door, or was that some other kind of squeak? Let's go to Larry and find out what Larry is up to.
Well, Jack. Of course,
oh, I'm sorry, Jack. You guys couldn't have made it easy on me. Like, I was so, like, if everybody had just called yourselves by your own names, I was going to make it, like, a really meta thing. And then I was going to, like, tie it in. And you guys don't know it, but I researched your complete lives. And I actually have many relatives of yours that are going to pop in. Right.
Well, I'll tell you, Matthew, if we do a leather goddesses of Phobos night,
okay, you'll be yourself. That. Yeah, right. Who wouldn't? So I'm sorry.
All right.
What is Jack up to?
Well, Jack, despite the fact that it's over a mile from the bank to the pub, still was bound and determined to walk that distance, trying to sort through this nagging sort of sensation in the back of his mind that he's on a path that he probably should not be walking. It is not part of a traditional, standard, normal life.
Yeah.
But yet he still feels that compulsion. How does the mist catch up with me?
Well, let me ask you, where are you at this point?
I feel I'm probably about halfway there. Maybe I've walked the half mile, and as the mist comes in, I'm wondering how I'm going to contend with it.
So you tell me then, what does that last half mile look like? You don't have to tell me exact stores or whatever, but is it like populated? Is it, you tell me, is it just a road?
Well, absolutely panicking at some point where I can't see, 3 feet in front of me. I have this flashback, this sort of call that, when I was here before, when I was younger, there was this voice that constantly talked to me and nagged at me and drove me and compelled me. And I feel that I would hear that voice now in some sort of fit of insight as to which direction I should be walking. Not quite having it verbally, more like a strong sensation. I feel that I know the path, and I continue walking in that direction, a little more measured than I was prior, but continue to walk in that direction.
And so you follow a roadside path, which strangely, well, not so strangely, which expectingly has grown. A 2-lane highway that has grown to 4 in the decades that you've been gone. And the only thing that's a little odd about this is that now you're walking a little bit closer to some of the houses that used to be so far from the road, and you used to pedal on your bike to get by. But even those houses, though they're close, even those houses are nothing but dark shadows in the mist. And even as you're walking towards Cambridge Abbey, the mist envelops you from above, blotting out the setting sun, bringing darkness. And as this darkness descends, you notice that, well, you'd been kind of careful watching out for cars and trucks and traffic and whatnot. There has been no cars and traffic and whatnot at all, which is rather odd for a 4-lane highway. And you continue to walk forward, but you know you're on the right path.
I'm a little startled, though, when this fit of despair at darkness is kind of replaced with this feeling of joy.
It's definitely something unsettling. And what's a little bit makes it even more unsettling is the very fact that you feel as if you have experienced this before. And to your right, out of nowhere, you hear something whiz by you very quickly in the bushes. And then it's gone. But then you continue onward, and you're getting a little bit closer.
I fight back the thought that it was a passing troll or maybe a wight.
You continue forward slowly. Are you doing anything to perhaps make sure that you're not going to bump into anything, or are you just
my attention right now is on that nagging voice? I'm almost oblivious to what's going on outside of my own head right now.
Does it sound like a dog nagging at you?
Does. Mailman must be here.
That's right. And so as you move forward, you now reach the point in the road where you know that Cambridge Abbey is directly across the road. But what you're going to have to do is leave that line, leave the border, and head out into the road. And you can't even see the double line where the center of the road is. Are you just going to head straight for Cambridge Abbey?
I am, and again, mainly relying upon this madness in the back of my mind with, to kind of guide me.
So then you start to walk forward slowly. I need you to make an intellect. Well, I need you to make some sort of navigation roll, and you tell me how you're going to do it.
Mainly trying to keep my ears sharp, trying to suppress this voice that's trying to talk in the back of my mind. Comfortable in the fact that I haven't seen or heard of traffic or anything since that darkness has come across. I feel pretty confident that I'm just going to be able to plow forward.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and...
Need me to make a roll?
Yeah, go ahead and make a roll, and I'm going to count your confidence as an asset.
How about a 16?
A 16. As you step forward, you're able to make it to that first double line, and then you see the dark form of Cambridge Abbey before you, and then it's an easy jaunt from there as you make it to the Abbey. But once again, this time, as you approach the Abbey, and can I assume you're opening the door and going to hop in?
Absolutely.
You open the door, and as you open the door and step across the threshold, something whizzes very quickly behind you, almost knocking the door shut.
Trying to keep my composure, I will hurriedly close the door behind me.
Oh, it was closed for you. It hit your ass as you were going in and knocked you inside. So
I'll straighten out my suit and kind of take a look around.
All 5 of you now are there in Cambridge Abbey. And you see off in the corner those 3 men that I mentioned before, older men who are kind of sitting off in the corner. And then you see 2 others who have just sort of made their way too. A man with a cane and a long beard, and then another one who I'm sort of assuming you would recognize as Eric, who has not really changed very much. And then, of course, you also see Frank and Bob as well. So the 5 of you have now come to be in Cambridge Abbey. You've made it. And it's up to you now to tell me whether or not people recognize each other, whether or not people start talking, what you decide to do. There's that gaunt, thin teenager that attends to what you need and gets you your food and your drinks. What are you guys going to do?
Well, if it helps, I look pretty much the same as in high school, except with less hair. I like my look hasn't changed very much. Perfect. So I'm probably the most recognizable. All
right.
I am taking the opportunity to spend Eric's money and chow down on some Hawaiian pizza.
That sounds like a good thing. All right.
I have much less hair than I had in high school, and I have a lot of male pattern baldness going on. So, and large spectacles.
I'm a little bit more put together than I was in my youth. The bowl cut is long gone, and I'm wearing a nice linen suit. And
you're wearing a special shoe to eliminate the limp.
Correct, and but fully recognizable at least as your good buddy Frank.
Yes. So
same thing with Jack. Jack is much cleaner now than he was. In fact, he cut the mullet probably in '91. So mullet's gone and seems to be a lot more reserved than he was in his youth. In his youth, he was kind of a free spirit, but he's carrying himself in his cotton suit, kind of stiffly.
Excellent. So at that point, are you all introducing yourselves and sort of reacquainting with each other at this point?
Going in for handshakes. It's been a while. How are we all together?
It
Franklin,
has.
Robert, Stephen, nice to see you.
Maybe
Good
not.
to see everyone here. I've studied much to know that coincidences like this don't happen all the time. There are some strange forces at work, I think.
I feel that too. Which one
And-
of you guys would have been the best video game player?
Woohoo.
I'm Jack. Jack
Probably
could dabble.
me.
Yeah, Eric.
I probably have the group's highest score on Turtles in Time.
'Cause I was gonna say, remember that time when they had the last Starfighter game in here, and you almost got the high score. That was so awesome. You were one away from the high score.
Yeah, didn't get it though.
You were
But
supposed.
that was a fun game.
There was a prize you were supposed to get if you won the game. If you get the high score of the game, if you broke the high score, you're so close.
You hear a rapping sound off in a corner as if it were a gentle tapping, a rapping at your parlor door, but it's not, as you all turn your heads and you see the old man that owns Cambridge Abbey, nicknamed Davy, leaning against the last Starfighter coin-operated arcade game that just in 7 inches of dust now has been plugged in for nearly 35 years, and he hooks his thumb at it and says, "Eric, still number 2. No one's beaten, well, except for the guy that originally beat it. Nobody's beaten that score, and, well, I don't know if they ever will."
I reach in my pocket to go hand Eric a coin, and it's accidentally one of the coins that came in the envelope. And I look at it again, shake my head.
Oh,
Hold
wait.
on.
Wait. Oh, did you guys get coins too?
Yeah, I got 4 of them.
Frank said he got some. We were comparing. Let's put them all on the table.
Take the 2 out and slam them down on the table. Boom.
I do as well.
So Bob puts his 3 down.
Where did you all get these coins?
Did you get an envelope?
We all got an envelope.
I may have. And I reach into my satchel and pull out about 30 envelopes. And,
Find it quick.
No.
This could be the clue why we're here.
No. Is this the one? And I pull it up and show them all.
Yes, open it quick. Come on.
It is heavy.
I can't wait.
I peel open the envelope.
So opening it, you indeed find 3 coins. Exactly as I've described, except your letters are Z, E, and U.
Z, E, and U.
And I've just realized that I'm so used to prepping for like games that are in person. This is probably the worst puzzle to have created for playing online on Zoom. Anyone that happens to be viewing right now is like, what letters? Like, I know that, and poor Josh Potter, thank you for your comments. Lowest ranking coin buys the first round. That's not a bad idea.
Military guy.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, maybe.
No, yeah, that's...
So
let's put our coins out and see what letters we have.
So here's what you have, and I'm going to list these off for you gentlemen and you viewers at home. I like to make things as convenient as possible, so please get out your pencil, paper, and maybe bring in some friends to help assist you with this.
So I have 4 R's and a K.
Yes. So here it is. Steve, you have a Z, an E, and a U.
And a U, correct.
Bob, you have an E, and a D. Eric, you have an R, an R, an R, an R, and a K. So 4 R's and a K.
Zork Resurrected?
4 R's and a K or 3 R's and a K?
Jack, you have S and an O. Frank, you have C and T. Well, as you're moving the coins around, so let's just say this. The first puzzle is the easiest puzzle. I think, Frank. Zuidergesocht. Close, Frank.
No.
Zork Resurrected. Do you say this out loud, Larry? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you say this out loud, Jack? I'm sorry, you're not responding.
I do. I apologize. I had someone at the door for a second, but yeah, someone.
Family.
Voice in the back of my head again. It's just nagging at me.
Yeah.
So, Yes, I do say that loud.
The moment you say that out loud, the first thing that you notice is that the windows go dark. And they go dark with the mist. The second thing you notice is that the fireplace flickers, the flames reaching up into the chimney, and some sparks fire out. And the three older gentlemen that were in the corner, immediately hop up and they move to put out a bit of fire, which is now caught. And the third thing you all notice is a blue glow that begins to fill the room from behind the bar. And almost a ringing sound. It's not a ring, it's the sound of a bell after it's been rung that sort of hangs in the air that you're hearing right now. And it's coming from behind the bar. And Davy, the gentleman who is standing over by the Last Starfighter video game, takes a step back, and his demeanor changes now. He's not quite as friendly as he once was. He now looks rather concerned. You boys didn't bring it back with you, did you? He says, looking at the coins that you've assembled to say Zork Resurrected across the table. And he steps over to the table unless you stop him.
No, but as he comes in, I would like to pull out the envelope from his own establishment and say, these were sent to us by
takes
you.
It, looks at it. I didn't send this.
It's got your establishment on the envelope.
I can assure you I didn't send this. You fellas, I haven't seen you fellas since you were kids. You haven't been back to town in years.
Don't you all see? It's coming back. It's happening.
And
the
now
blue
that
glow.
The blue glow is filling the room from behind the counter, and the older gentlemen have stamped out the fire, and Davy is looking over behind the countertop, and he shakes his head. What have you
What are you looking at, Davy?
I see it. The trails. I guess I'm not getting my Arnold Palmer.
Davy steps over to the counter. He steps behind it. He looks over to the three older gentlemen. Tim, Mark, Bruce, close her up. And the three of them stand up and they walk over and they start latching the windows and locking the doors. And he steps behind the counter and he reaches beneath, and you hear a clicking sound like he's unlatching something, or perhaps opening something, or unbuckling something. And then he pulls from beneath the counter a sword, still in its sheath. But out of the sheath, where the hilt meets the sheath, there's a tremendous blue glow and that ringing. And he says,
Oh, don't you see, everyone? It's like in the White House all over again. Don't you all remember?
And he holds the sword out to any of you, to each of you, as if you are the ones that should take this sword. It has nothing to do with him. Take it. You brought this back. You must take the sword.
I don't know about must, but I reach out and I grab it.
And as you do, the moment you have your hand around the hilt, you pull it from his hands, and his hand is holding onto the hilt. And with that, as you slide it away, he inadvertently pulls the pulls the sheath from the blade, and it fills the room with a blue glow. And when that happens, the dark windows, you hear a scraping sound and then yelping sounds and something running off out into the night as if something had been there watching. And all of you are almost blinded by the brightness of this sword. And with that, the three older men, Tim, Mark, and Bruce, and Davy, all assemble beside you. And they nod, as if confident now that whatever's happened, you're the ones that are going to handle it. You must have come to stop it. Or did you bring it? Which is it? Tell us.
I don't know anything. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why this is glowing.
But
Shut
go
up.
ahead.
You
Maybe it's both.
He
Lift
shakes
up
his
my
head
s-
as if he's always had trouble with you.
And Bob holds up his keychain. Now I remember. The shield. The sword was yours. This is the shield is mine.
And so as the light from the sword hits your shield, the shield is suddenly a real shield and not simply a keychain. And on it is a face that, for a moment, and it's got to be a trick of the light, frowns, looks around as if unsatisfied with its holder and all of his companions, and then immediately freezes one more time. But that was probably a trick of the light. We're not sure.
That was weird.
But you guys, you have to see it. And I pull out my staff, on top of which sits a crystal skull.
The moment you pull out the staff, which I have a hard time understanding how you pull out a staff, because I feel like a staff is
I
always
just pull
pulled
it.
out.
Just pull it up
Right.
so that everyone can see.
I'm sorry.
Everyone can
I'm
see
being
the.
silly.
Yeah.
That is a prodigious staff.
Yes. So the moment you pull the staff out and the light shines at the skull, it refracts the light onto a wall, and the skull begins to glow with that blue glow that's now glowing within the sword, glowing within the shield, glowing within the skull.
Do you see, everyone? Somebody needs to call my therapist. It was real all along. It's real. We have to go back.
I'm remembering. And then the shield says, "Let me do the talking."
And then frowns again.
Yeah.
But it was surely a trick of the light and probably a trick of your ears.
course,
It could not have actually
say that.
spoken. No.
I wish I hadn't left it in my car, but in the trunk, I got something. Would you guys go out to my car with me? Because in my trunk, I have.
As you say this, you hear screeching as something. The moment you say, "I wish I hadn't left it in my car," you hear some skittering, like claws on asphalt, as something runs out into the parking lot. And then you hear squeaking sounds as if something's running its claws along your car. And then you hear this sound like a car's being rocked. And then you hear a lot of chittering, like laughter. And then maybe you all run up to the window to look, but there's absolutely nothing out there. And then suddenly you hear this screeching sound as a car goes up on its side, and then it goes over and it caves in, and you hear the shattering of windshields, and then the skittering of something all over a vehicle, and then a clanging sound over and over and over again as something beats something against the asphalt, laughing with glee. And then you see a blue glow as that thing starts to, whatever it is that's holding it, starts to run around. And then somebody else, or something else, you hear like, and then the blue glowing thing goes back and forth as if two things were fighting over it. And then it comes closer to the window, and then it goes back out, and then meanwhile there's a small explosion as your car starts to go up in flames, and you can kind of, you're like, it smells like fuel and oil, and then you hear, and as the flames get bigger, the car ultimately explodes. And when that happens, definitely, well, something looking like that blue glowing staff or whatever it is you happen to have had in the car there goes flying in the air, rattles to the ground, and then whatever those creatures were skid off into the mist as if frightened of the fire. And now it's probably 15 feet away from the window, whatever your blue glowing object was.
My car! I've only made 7 payments so far. It's a 2020. Well, so trying to get over that, but I still, like, as I was saying, I wish I hadn't left it in my car, but I have to go and get that. Does anyone want to come with me? I want to show you what this is.
I will go. And I'm gripping the scepter, knowing that I found it myself in a coffin. It's coming back to me. Eric, let's go get whatever it is was in your trunk.
Okay.
And now
oh,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
As I say, the shield says, "We need all the items to assemble." And it says, "Oh, sorry, go ahead."
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
It says, "Bob, you must shed this skin. You must shed this mortal coil and become your true self." And then you see Bob, like, and he's like hunching over, and his hair just grows quickly out of his head into an oiled mullet, and
there goes
his
the male pattern
arms,
baldness gone.
his arms explode like barrels, the veins popping out. He stands up. He's twice as high. You hear a guitar riff, and he's like standing up and just towering over you. One meaty arm is holding the shield. The other, his chest is full of hair, like he's a gorilla. It's coming out of every inch that is the armor's not covering his chest.
Not too descriptive, Scotty. I don't want nightmares tonight.
So he has this leather armor on his chest with these leather straps hanging down on his legs, and hair is coming out of his armpits, out of everywhere that the armor's not covering is hairy. And he says, "There is no more Bob. I am Mangath the Mighty."
And
which one of you guys had 2021 for Bob hitting puberty finally?
That's the real Bob. If only we had Bob back then, back in high school. So Davey is looking around, and he's just absolutely stunned by this, and he takes a step back. But Davey and the others, Tim, Mark, and Bruce, the impression you get is that they've kind of seen this before, And while they're in awe of it, they also know that this is something that's probably has come to pass. And when this happens, they look to each one of you and they say, now we know you must not have brought this. You're here to solve this. You're here to help us. You need to stop it. Whatever it is that's happening, you need to stop it.
How do we get underground? That's where we're here. How do we get there?
He looks at you. You were the ones that went those years before. You left us in care of your artifacts, your diaries. You told us that if something ever happened, you would come back. I was not the one. I was not the one that sent those letters, I can assure you. But surely this must have something to do with your fate. This must be something that you're fated to do. I've kept the sword. I've kept the diaries. I've kept everything.
Where are they?
He
Where's the stuff?
He goes into the back and he brings a stack of diaries out, and there are 5 of them. One for each one of you, and they're leather bound and as cool as you would imagine. And he hands them to each one of you.
Trapdoor. There's a trapdoor. Yes, I know. Shut up. There's a trapdoor somewhere.
I don't know where, Davy says. I don't know where. Surely. I haven't looked at those books. I've never looked at your journals. I want nothing to do with it, but I know what the 5 of you did all those years ago. You're the ones. You're the heroes. You're the master adventurers. You are the ones that must reckon with this danger.
Still need to go out to the parking lot, guys.
And meanwhile, the flames, you could just see, like, it's getting warm. And, like, when you peek out there, there's something in the mist. And what they're doing is, like, it looks like they're roasting marshmallows. No, I'm just kidding. I will say this. The higher the flames get, the quieter it seems to get around that vehicle.
Mangath, you're coming with us too. Frank has volunteered. You're voluntold.
Take a torch, Eric.
Eric, need stuff. We get.
Is
So,
that what
Eric,
you gentlemen are doing?
Take a torch. You're going to need something to cut the fog.
Do you have a torch, Jack?
There's wood. There's a fireplace.
Yeah, I was about
Make
to
a
remind you of
torch.
that. Yeah, I was about to remind you.
A flaming brand.
Okay, so I pick up a piece of wood that's on fire at one end. Not the whole thing.
You should probably get those. You need to get those. What are those things? Those forks that they use to lift them.
Tongs.
Tongs, right? So you grab Are you each kind of getting some wood, and then you're gonna head out into the mist?
Yes.
Yes.
So each
Mangath is he's not going to. He's just going to go with him.
that kind of makes sense.
And before we go out, I'm going to take my book, but I will also take Mangath's because clearly he's not in any state to read.
You read.
I got
Mangath
it. I
no
got
read.
it.
Mangath smash.
So the 5 of you head toward the door. And as you're moving toward the door, it could be your imagination here, but it almost looks like your 4 companions are starting to slow down a bit in their movements. And as you open the front door, that mist rolls in across the threshold. Now, is there a certain formation that you'll be in as you go out, or are you just sort of heading out?
I would say a wedge. Like I'm the point, and these two are on either side, but not directly to the side, kind of behind.
And you've got your log, right?
I've got my
He's
log
holding the
And tongs.
and my iPhone flashlight is just like
That's right.
we got both going.
Oh,
you know?
good. Not bad. That's a good effect, Eric. You should turn off all the lights in your place, and it'll yeah. It's wow. It really makes up for my low budget.
I feel like I'm
Thank
in
you.
the new Star Trek movies with the lens.
That's
flare.
right. They're always
effects.
yes. That's right. Specifically the J.J. Abrams version. So we've got Eric heading first, and then who are the two on the outside?
It's me and Mangath.
Frank and Mangath. Okay.
Mangath.
Another
Yes.
name for me to write down and remember. Thank you very much for that.
Mangath.
I did
So-
put it on my thing there.
Oh,
My
perfect.
name on the movie. Yeah.
Awesome.
Or in my video.
On the Zoom. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So you head forward, and I assume that Jack and Steve are kind of tail end Charlie here.
Yes.
So
I'm in the process. I'm in the process of breaking apart a chair and taking off the legs. I'm gonna take the lining out of my jacket. I'm gonna wrap it around, soak it in alcohol, so that we'll have torches if we need them later.
wow, good idea. So
A proper torch.
I know, right? It's kind of the smarter idea of everybody, like whereas everyone else is carrying logs and going, whoa, hot. So Eric, you are in the lead as you move forward. Here's what I'd like you to do. I want you to tell me how you're moving forward, and I'm going to give you 2 turns where you need to move forward and make it to your vehicle through this intense fog. Now, there's no question that you can see your vehicle is a roaring fire at this point. So you're going to have to call your insurance company when the adventure's over. But you can make it out there. But what I want you to do is cut through the fog. And we're going to say it's about a 60-foot distance. So it's going to be 30 feet and maybe another 30 feet as you sort of edge forward. So can you make us a roll and tell us what you're doing for me to ease the roll or ease the task a little bit here for you?
And do you want me to tell you in like the terms of Cypher system abilities that I have?
Yes,
That would be
that
helpful?
absolutely helps. Yeah.
Okay, so I have find the way.
Nice.
When you apply effort to a
Yeah.
navigation task, you get 1 free level of effort.
Cool.
So find the way.
So you're going
I
to
have
apply a level of effort.
a level of effort,
All right.
and I have both danger sense and danger instinct,
Nice.
trap finder, and eyes adjusted.
Got it. That is more than enough. Okay, so go ahead. Well, not more than enough to eliminate the roll, but it's more than enough
Right.
to give you confidence.
And in terms
pretty
of
good confidence.
storytelling, on my various deployments, I've had to navigate through dust storms. In the deep, I have to guide these cameras through the deep, dark waters, looking for sunken treasure chests. This is something that I'm completely familiar with.
Yeah.
Also, when I was a teenager, trying to sneak from my bedroom downstairs to where the TV was to turn on Skinamax in the middle of the night, I would just memorize the layout of the house and move without turning on any lights and not wake up
Ordinarily,
my
I
parents.
wouldn't count that, but in the spirit of Friday night one-shots, I'm gonna say, and the fact that we're bringing something back from when we were teenagers, I'm gonna say that's good. That's good. Go ahead and make your roll here.
Rolling a d20. then.
Roll a d20 and tell me, is this your intellect, speed, or might that you're using?
Oh, this would be. That's
Is
a
it-
good question.
You
I would say
can
this would be.
rationalize it with Go ahead.
I would say this would be that skill that I started as a teenager of kind of memorizing the layout. What did I see last? Knowing
So we'll
the
call it
parking lot.
intellect.
Yeah.
good.
So we'll call it an intellect roll.
Yep. Go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. 19.
Nice. So on a roll of a 19, ladies and gentlemen. So Cypher System has some really cool kind of like effects. So on a roll of a 19, you get something called a minor effect. On a roll of a 20, you get a major effect. So here's what I'm going to say. On the roll of the 19, you've done very well. And what has happened with this is that something comes out of the darkness, out of the mist, called a grue. And immediately you recognize this creature. So a grue is a creature that lives in the darkness of the great underground empire, which doesn't make any sense. They're not generally above ground creatures. And this grue comes out of the darkness rolling almost like a porcupine or maybe Sonic the Hedgehog, covered in spikes and quills, that it's got a fish mouth kind of head and razor sharp claws, and weirdest of all, it has what are probably glowing eyes, and maybe it leaves a glowing trail behind it as it moves. And you hear it before you see it, and that's what enables you to step out of the way and push your companions out of the way as it comes rolling through and shoots like the bullet from the barrel of a gun past you and hits a tree somewhere off in the misty darkness. And at that moment, you kind of realize that it's dangerous out here. Now, with a roll of a 19, that's what happens, but you tell me, do you want a minor effect out of this? So do you want to gain something out of this, Eric? What would you like to get?
Yes.
You tell me.
Well, my goal is to avoid danger and find something good at the same time. So I'm looking for the item that came out of my trunk. I would love to be able to see it glowing in the mist.
I would say absolutely. That is something indeed that happens here. And as a matter of fact, when you pivot and move to get out of the way of this creature, and when you push your companions out of the way, somehow, without even knowing it, you manage to do a bit of a twist and a turn. And then before you know it, you're actually standing at your car, and you realize it because your clothing feels very hot and is warmed by the fire. And now your buddies, though, are off a bit there. And you haven't left them, but just when you moved really quickly, it just sort of happened. So you're there, and the trunk of the car is kind of creaking open there, and that object where they dropped it earlier is not too far away. So you could kind of reach down, and you could grab that. But is there something in your trunk you want to grab? Something additional? He's like, no, not really. You did all that description. I don't want to grab anything. I'll pass.
Well, no. I'm just thinking about the inventory that I built, sort of expecting this. I would say I grabbed some. So I would grab a bow and some arrows,
which are indeed glowing. Because it's something that you found when you were younger, and you don't even remember having picked it up, and it was never mentioned in any of the literature. But indeed, those arrows are glowing, and so is that bow, and you sling it over your back. And now your buddies are kind of halfway there. You are at the flaming car, and then the Cambridge house is on the other side of your buddies. And you've all seen that he's got it. What are you doing? And you've just seen this creature zip by. What are you guys up to?
I ask Eric, what other junk do you have in your trunk?
No pun intended.
All that junk all up in my trunk. Well, I also have like a crowbar and regular stuff. I have this burlap sack and.
Oh, do you have a blanket?
I will allow this, but I will allow this because sure, that makes sense that you had these things in your car. But I want to remind you that now the clock is kind of ticking here, and you are still out. Right. And maybe there was something off to the right. Maybe there was something off behind Cambridge Abbey. Maybe there's what? What was that scurrying on the other side of the car?
But all that stuff that's in my car, maybe I'll grab it. But the main thing I came here for, guys, this is what I want to show you. And then I walk over to the object that they were fighting over and clattered to the ground. And
it's glowing blue.
And I pick it up and I say, does anybody remember me having this trident in my closet? Like seems like it's bigger than I remember. Because I had like this miniature baseball bat, which
Clock
was just a
is
souvenir,
ticking.
and then a
I
Nerf
don't
bat,
mean to interrupt, but now is perhaps not the best time for soliloquies. However, it's much appreciated. Clock is ticking.
It's one of the treasures. It's Poseidon's trident. Of course you had it.
Okay, you do remember it. Okay, well, let's right now I feel like not very safe. Do you guys want to go back inside?
Eric, back to Cambridge.
Fair.
I grabbed the burlap sack that he had in his trunk and fashioned it as a hood and a cloak for myself.
That's scary. You remind me of the town that dreaded sundown. So you guys head back to the Cambridge Abbey?
We're going to push our way back in. Yes.
So heading back.
Is there any way to grab a grue as we go back in?
You can certainly give it a try. You can. Why not? Do you want to try it? I mean,
heck yeah. So Mangath smell grue. So as one passes in the mist, I'm going to try to grab it.
Okay, let me ask this. Just because, I'm just asking. Is everyone else going to return to Cambridge Abbey, close the door and lock it before Mangrath does this, or are you going to stand there and just sort of like watch? What do you choose to do? No judgments here. No judgments.
Mangath is trying, like, basically you guys go in, I'll be the last in line, and I'll try to grab him and then follow you in. Is that what we're doing? I'm not going to hang out for like minutes, I'm just if I won't get close, I'm just going to try to grab it.
Right.
Grab it a headlock, drag it in, and drag it into the
Well, I'm not one to really leave someone of my party behind, so I'm going to stick close to Mangath and maybe be the last one through the door, sort of looking, making sure he's right behind me.
Okay. Anyone else?
That's my thought process.
I'm pushing my way back
What I'm
to the
asking
door.
is, who are the cowards? Who are the cowards that are going to go inside? Jack is going inside. Steve, you going inside?
I'm going inside.
Jack never left.
I'll be right at the threshold.
Mangath's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, and then like Frank is like peeking through an inch of like.
I'm holding the door only slightly
waiting,
open.
and like Steve and Jack are on the other side, pulling with their weight, just waiting to close it. All right.
And I'm halfway between the door and Mangath.
Okay, so Mangath, tell me how you're going to do this. So you mentioned you're going to wait. Like, explain to me how you're going to do it. Which stat you're going to use and why, and then what sort of assets and strength.
Okay, so here's the plan. So Mangath is he is trained in perception. So I'm kind of going with the smell aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
He's asking the shield to watch out, to look out.
I like
since
that.
It has a face.
Yeah.
So he's going to
So
try
second
to use
pair of eyes.
Yeah, second pair of eyes, exactly. If something gets close, I'm just going to.
Okay.
That's what I'm using to try to see if something I can just pluck it out of the mist, right?
Yeah.
And then of course, if I pluck it, it'll be like an attack type thing.
Got it. That makes sense to me. And then are you going to use any effort?
No.
Okay, no problem. So go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. 6.
So, Mangath, you hunker down. And you can feel as you hunker down, each vertebrae popping. Even though it feels good to be back in this body, it's been decades since the last time that Mangath has really let loose. And you fashion your eyes, you focus them. looking forward, watching, listening with those ears, and then taking a deep inhalation with your nose, those nostrils flaring, waiting, watching the timing, back and forth, left, right, up, down, over Cambridge House, this way, that way, the other way, around Eric's flaming car. And then you reach out and grab for it, but unfortunately, it's just a little bit too fast, and a few of those vertebrae maybe hadn't popped. And as you reach forward, they do pop. And unfortunately, that is just enough to give you that crook in the back that's affecting you as Bob sometimes, but you're like, oh, Mangrath, not like Bob's bad back. Mangrath wish Bob go to chiropractor on time instead of skipping and delaying. Oh, Mangrath angry at Bob. And that grew, zips right between your two enormous arms and then launches itself off of one of your biceps and fires off into the mist and is gone. You want to try again, or are you going to...
No, I'm just going to head in.
Okay. So with that, the last remaining master adventurers who are slowly coming around to be masters again, head back into Cambridge Abbey. You lock and you throw the bolts on the locks,
Bar that door.
Bar the door. And now as you turn, you notice that actually your friends, well, they're not responding to you as you speak. They're not, in fact, they're not. Tim, Mark, and Bruce and Davey seem frozen in a conference, the four of them just looking from one to the other, to the other, to the other.
I'm going to go over to them and check for a pulse.
Going over, and I won't even make you roll. You just place your fingers against their wrists. There's no pulse. They're frozen. Frozen in time. And then you look over actually at the flames. And the flames have stopped flickering. But those are frozen as well.
Thanks, Jay.
Any ideas?
There must be a door. Search for a door. Trap door.
The voice in
this
my
building?
head has been getting even more and more vocal. So I'm going to use premonition, which, because I learned one random fact about a creature or a location that is pertinent to the topic. So I'm looking for the entrance. And it cost me 2 intellect points.
Okay. I want to remind you guys, too, because you may have forgotten in the kerfuffle, but you each have a diary or a journal. Okay, so you guys wouldn't have forgotten that. I'm just sort of letting you know just in case. Okay, but I'm sorry, Larry. I'm sorry, Jack. Can you say that one more time? You were going to.
Yeah, Jack is afraid to read that particular journal, so he's using his premonition to try and determine where that entrance is, the trap door that he seems to remember from the house once upon a time.
Okay, so you're going to try to search your memory to find the location. Or to recall the location.
2 points of intellect
Yeah.
for premonition, which is a magical warrior power.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and make a roll.
Or
well, I'm gonna take a slightly different tact with this. And I'm going to say for a roll of a 4, what you recall is that there's a white house with a trap door in the living room and a rug that was on top of it. And as far as you can recall, you don't recall there being any sort of trap door anywhere closer than that. Anyone else?
While
have an
he's
idea?
doing that,
Mm-hmm.
while he's doing that, I would definitely be reading my journal. Journal.
Is that what everybody's going to be doing?
Yeah, to get to that point, can we move any of our friends, or are they frozen in place?
It's like that Whose Line Is It Anyway sketch.
Yeah,
you can actually move them.
Okay, so I'm going to really obnoxiously, I'm going to ask Mangath to lift Bruce and just sit him over on the bar so I can have Bruce's seat. And I will sit really obnoxiously between Davey and Mark and open up my journal to read it.
Are you going to do this, Mangath, for...
Oh yeah, he just listens like rag dolls.
Sets him down behind the bar, like maybe puts like a towel in his hand and a glass in the other, as if he had been shining it. So Frank and Eric, you sit down to read. And I'm sorry, Mangath, were you going to... Well, I guess you can't really read at this point.
Mangath wasn't going to, but his shield is.
Oh, okay. So why don't we do this? I'd like all three of you to go ahead and make an intellect roll to read it. And let me know if you're going to use any assets or effort.
I will use a level of effort, and I have training in knowledge history and knowledge mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Can I leverage either one of those? I'm feeling
yes, I will allow it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So effort, one level of effort, and using a training to try and pull this off. And I rolled a 16.
A 16. Taking a look at it, you look through the journal, and here's what you discover. The first thing is a lot of the writing in the journal has faded. And it's really strange because you'll be reading through like a whole sentence that will just get, with each letter, a little bit lighter, and then it will disappear as if it were never there. But as you search through, you do confirm that, yes, indeed, there was a trap door in the White House, in the living room, underneath the rug, where you originally adventured. And there's a cellar beneath it. And then you find a page where it says that there are several locations throughout the town where this may be. But where those locations exactly are, well, that area is kind of faded, as if it had been redacted by the game master, who didn't want to make it that easy, at least on that sort of a roll. Eric, you gonna make a roll?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a regular intellect roll. I'm scanning. Maybe I'll go back and use some crazy decipher or curious. But for now, I'll just do a bare intellect roll.
You're just gonna do it. Really? You're just taking a chance on to see what you get.
No, okay. I'll use decipher.
All right.
And like Larry, or no, not Larry said. Frank just said, I have the same knowledge skills.
Yeah.
History.
Yeah.
All that. And I also have eye for detail and curious.
Oh.
Just so you know.
Okay.
So I'm going to apply one level of effort.
Yeah. Wow. Go ahead.
And roll. 7.
No. Your journal seems to be rather faded. Very faded, as a matter of fact. And you do confirm some of the things that Frank confirmed, but unfortunately not much more than that. There are other portals or doorways, if we will, around the town, but where they may be, you're not quite certain. Mangath, your shield.
Okay, so Mangath bored. So
Too much reading.
Mangath is just drinking whatever alcohol he can find behind the bar. The book is I'm not the book. I mean the shield is kind of set up in a chair. It's looking down in the book. It sticks his tongue out to turn the page.
So, because Mangath has no interest. Now with the shield, since the shield is from Zork, Zork, the GUE, right? I assume it would have some lore or understanding,
Yes,
or
that's a
maybe
very good
that
point.
some of the others wouldn't remember,
Yeah.
because they're trying to remember.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to leverage that.
Okay, so are you doing anything on any other asset? So we have the shield, we have the lore, are you playing effort? I'm sorry, did you say you were playing effort?
No, I'm not gonna do any effort.
Okay. All right. Give it a roll.
That's a 12.
A 12. I'm going to say the knowledge that the shield has in this particular case is strong enough to read between the lines in this case. And what you discover is a very faintly written and drawn map in the back of this journal. And it looks like there's all kinds of intricate pathways underground all through the town. And one of them, actually, as a matter of fact, happens to move, well, kind of under this area, if you're looking at it right, but you're not exactly sure where. It could be that away, a few doors down. It could be that away under the parking lot. For all you know, it could be under Cambridge Abbey itself. Or I should say your shield thinks it could be under Cambridge Abbey itself. And it's, I assume, babbling these things out loud?
In case some of you are interested.
Anyone else gonna try anything? I'm assuming that's a no.
The sword. I hold it up in front of me. It glows blue. Correct?
Still glowing blue.
If I move, I'm really focused on it. If I move about the building, does it change in intensity at all?
I like this question. Yes, actually it does. I like this a lot.
I am going to follow where it is strongest.
So holding the sword up, you do move about the room. You go out to the outer edges of it, and then you come back toward the flame where it seems to glow very, very brightly. And then you move back, or I should say the fireplace. And then you move back towards the counter, and what you thought was once very bright is actually kind of dim. Then you move back towards like where the storehouse is, like the back room. And what you see in there is that gaunt, skinny teenager, and it looks like he's sitting back there folding pizza boxes or something, but he's now frozen. And then you go back towards the fireplace, and it's glowing as bright as you've ever seen it, which is kind of weird because it's strange to see this glowing blue light over this frozen, flickering flame.
I grab a wine bucket, dump out anything that's in it, stick it under the spigot, look at everybody else frozen, turn on the spigot half expecting it not to produce water. Does it?
It actually, what you hear is a sputtering, as if the pipes were extremely dry. And then there's a moan. And then, believe it or not, you hear screams from within the pipes. And then there's a coughing sound, and it starts to kick up and splatter this black ichor into the bucket. And it starts to fill, and it's bubbling.
I'll turn it off.
You turn it off, and you can hear this rattling of pipes somewhere deep in the bowels of the building, and a moaning sound as if something is in pain. And then eventually
I look around to my compatriots. Does it seem like they heard that, or was that just...
Yeah, they would have They would have heard it.
What the hell was that?
Well,
The hell
your
is
little sword trick, you got near the fireplace and it glowed more. Should we look around the fireplace?
I was trying to quench the fire so that we can perhaps move that stuff out of the fireplace to figure out what's behind it. Don't know
Well,
if
this
how
isn't-
thick is this ichor.
The shield says, "Go into the fireplace, you fools."
How thick is this ichor?
It's like an oily goo, but it's not. When I say oily, that's a bad word to use because it sounds like it's flammable. It's not flammable. Like whatever, it doesn't feel flammable anyway. It doesn't have that oil slick kind of look at it.
Doesn't feel flammable, so I'll throw it on the fire, see if it does put it out.
You throw it on the fire, and what you actually see is this. So this black ichor just expands out, fans out like water or maybe like inky ink would, and then it lands on the flames, and it looks like it pushes the flames out of the way. So they almost fold up and kind of like they're crystallizing. And they almost shatter as they hit the insides of the fireplace. And then the black ichor falls onto the logs, runs down over it, and instead of washing out and coming out into the restaurant, it drains into something. And you realize there's some sort of a grate or grill.
Very
Do you guys-
Oh, go ahead.
Do you guys remember the Goonies? I feel like I've
In fairness, all of these references are from the time that Zork came out.
correct.
Everything I'm ripping off is from the 80s, and okay, in my defense.
Clear out that fireplace. Pull everything out of it.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
So you just start pulling this stuff out, and now that flame has like crystallized, and it looks like a dust that's kind of gathered, and it's actually warm to the touch. And you start pulling raw logs this way and that way, and then you pull the grill up and sort of move it out of the way. And sure enough, there is a grill beneath the grill, and it looks like there's something. Well, you're not really sure, but there is something down beneath, down below.
That's it. That's the portal. We've got to go. I remember. It's got to be. I need my magic,
Okay, I'm
and
ready.
I will rush.
Let's-
I will rush in if into it and see if I can push in. If there's a path or a door to open or anything.
So as you move forward and kind of like push your buddies to the side, indeed, there's a simple grill that is fitted into like the stonework of the fireplace. And you just simply slip your fingers down into it and you give it a heave, and it takes, well, it looks like it starts to come up. And then finally, after you really put some effort into it, you manage to yank that grill, that grating up, and it clatters off to the side. And sure enough, there is what looks like a tunnel leading downward with what may or may not be some steps of a ladder on it. But it looks very dark down there. And as you know, in places where it is dark, you are likely to be eaten by a grue.
I'm not going down first.
So I will, but first I want to grab maybe not Jack's torch from him, but one of the other pieces of wood we were using as a torch, and I'm gonna drop this lighted fiery torch down the hole.
Oh, I like it. So you take the torch and then you drop it down, and sure enough, you just see a ring of light that continues to go down and down and down, 3 or 4 stories, lighting what looks like a ladder. it hits the ground, and the moment it hits the ground, you hear those skittering noises and those screeches that you heard in the mist from before. And then there's angry laughter and the slashing sounds of little bitty claws as something at the bottom, or some things at the bottom, run away.
Okay, well,
I'm descending.
Is
Larry's
this
like, no, no.
Is there an order? Are you? I mean,
is Cadmus the Wise pushing past me and going down first, or is
Yeah,
gonna
that's
let
the
me
question.
go down first? I'm sort of used to being.
I've waited 40 years for this. I'm going. I'm
so
going
Cadmus
quickly.
goes
I'm going now.
first. We don't.
I'm
all
right
have-
behind you.
Okay, so Eric is second. We don't all have to go, by the way.
It feels right.
I'm behind Eric.
Okay, so Jack is behind Eric. Frank, are you going behind Jack?
I'll go behind Jack.
That leaves.
And Mangus can't fit in the hole.
We'll use a little bit of game master license and just say.
No, I have a way to fix this.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
So the shield says, I don't think that Mangath is going to fit in that hole. We need to have Bob come back.
Huh.
So
And he sent
By
you a
text
text message.
the Mangath's like, fine. And he's like, and I was just saturated to my level of alcohol consumption that I was just perfect. I'm marinated and ready to go. And so then they like kind of leans on this. He does the Hulk transformation kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Bob's like, oh my goodness. And then he kind of pushes his glasses up and then he just falls to the ground because he's way too high in his alcohol level for his body weight. So he just crashes to the ground. He tries to stand up and he keeps falling down. He's like, can someone help me, please? Please, can someone help me?
Are you wearing stretchy purple pants? So the five of you now, the five of you now have found your order. Is this the order which you will descend downward? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that, our heroes begin their descent into the great underground empire. And we are going to take a 10-minute break. So if you like what you've seen, please like and subscribe. If you don't like it, please subscribe anyway. Think of all the fun you'll have making fun of us. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back in 10 minutes, and I'm going to put a counter here so you all know exactly how long you have. But I hope to see you back in 10 minutes when we descend into the great underground empire. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you so much for standing by for 10 minutes. I hope that you enjoyed your brief biological break. I would like to let everyone know my name is Matt Yancic, and I'm a diet soda addict. It has been about 6 months since my last diet soda, but in honor of tonight and getting back to streaming a game, and with the in the presence of my friends, I'm gonna pop the top on this, and we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see if I get to sleep tonight. I don't know if I will. That's the problem with a diet Mountain Dew. We are sponsored by Mountain Dew, by the way. Oh, by PepsiCo. That's correct. That's right. So anyway, thank you. Welcome back. When we last left our heroes, they were descending into the darkness of what may or may not be a cellar or a basement beneath Cambridge Abbey, and into the dangers of the great underground empire. So we were heading in the order that Cadmus was going first, Eric following him up, Jack behind him, Frank behind Jack, and tail end Charlie was Mangath, who had actually turned back into Bob at the advice of his talking shield, which everyone thinks is just a hallucination because everyone knows that shields don't really talk. Eric had dropped a torch down the tunnel, and now that torch flickers, the flames rising higher and higher as they actually set the very first rung on this wooden ladder afire. And Cadmus, however, is it safe to say that you're kind of ignoring that and you're just going to sort of barrel down?
That is correct.
So as you trailblaze your way down, with every step, with every rung, that cold, stony smell, that scent of the great underground empire comes back to you. Rung by rung, step by step, you make your way down toward that flame. And when you reach the bottom, you realize, Cadmus, that you're back in the same place where it all started. But that can't be possible, Cadmus. It can't be. Because that cellar was beneath the White House. It was not beneath Cambridge Abbey. But somehow, as you look around, you realize that you are now in the cellar beneath the White House, as if transported out of time and out of space. Or perhaps it's an identical cellar. Perhaps all entrances to Zork start with a cellar, or with this one cellar. And now your companions file down beside you, the 5 of you huddling around this single torch, which Eric has dropped on the ground. Each one of you having, I thought, a light or a fire of your own. And when the 5 of you assemble, you look into this cellar, and there are 2 doors, one ahead and one off to the right. And you can see that each one may have recently been used. And is that a skittering sound that you hear behind them? You're not really sure. But here there is a bottle, a glass bottle, on its side, filled with water, that's now dripping onto the ground. And there's a moldy paper bag, which smells horrible, in the center of the room. So, gentlemen, what are we up to?
Well, I have some reshuffling of equipment to do because while I'm climbing down a ladder, I can just have my trident sort of dangling below me. But now that I'm standing on ground, it would, so I gotta take my bow off and then sling my trident, and then I knock an arrow, and I put the point of the arrow into that wood that I dropped in the beginning.
Right.
And light the arrow on fire, which will now be my torch.
Right.
And the trident is slung on my back.
Okay, got it.
I will pull a flashlight out of my satchel and shine it to light the way.
Got it, like a lightsaber.
No, I just Eric went through all that to light his arrow. I just pull out a flashlight with some batteries.
Click it on.
I laughed.
Anyone else getting ready?
Here we are. It's cold, and you know, I'm getting that smell. At least, you know, I've got the sword this time. At least I won't have to get that out of the case. You know,
Larry. Jack appears to have gone bye-bye slightly.
No.
Just keep an eye on him.
I'm starting to remember this now. What happened?
So
how do we get in here?
You hear more skittering behind the two doors.
So there's noise behind each of the doors, both of the doors?
There appears to be.
Okay. So which way, companions?
Forward
and now my
the
demeanor has totally changed. And the madness that used to have now I am truly the embodiment of Cadmus the Wise.
Welcome.
Very powerful wizard.
So what's in this room? You said a bottle on its side, a moldy bag, and
yeah, that's it. And then the torch, which is on the ground, and some puddles and things like that, and two doors.
So that one's the lady, that one's the tiger. Which one do we choose, guys? And what's in the moldy bag?
So
I point at everything with my.
I'll use the scepter to open up the bag. We're not actually touching it to see if I can tell what's in there.
Poking at it, you kind of like start to. It's so old and decrepit that when you place your scepter against it, the bag kind of tears open, and what rolls out are cloves of garlic.
That cannot be a bad thing.
And next to it is that bottle, a clear glass bottle, like on its side, and it's got a quantity of water in it, but it looks like a good portion of the water is kind of dripping out.
I'll take the garlic. Is there anything special about the water? Do we notice it?
I don't know. How do you want to inspect it?
Bob, smell this.
Drink it.
Do I smell anything?
Drink it. It's when you raise it to your nose, you don't smell anything. It smells like probably water. You know, maybe the bottle's probably a little bit old, or has been sitting there for a long time. So it smells like. And then when you hold it up, it's probably got about a third of the bottle that's full.
Okay, so Bob kind of stumbles back against the wall, and then like takes it up and puts his tongue and like takes a little, like puts his tongue at the neck, and then tips it until it touches his tongue.
So awkward.
When was the last time you received any sort of an inoculation? I'm just kidding. You immediately get like sepsis. No. Yeah, it just tastes like water. It's kind of like icky water, but it tastes like water.
This old water. You want it?
There's a cork, by the way. I should have added that, but you could cork.
Should probably carry it with us.
Remember, in this world, everything has a use. Everything we find Everything has a purpose.
Unless the GM had planned for much more than was going to happen, and you've only gotten to the second scene out of 47 scenes I wrote, in which case some of this may not be useful. Unless the GM planned out a campaign, he's realizing now.
Let us not delay. Let us not delay.
Frank,
I will take it.
and it slips out of his hand at the last moment.
Oh. Is you just going to let it drop? He's handing it to Frank.
I am going to cast hedge magic.
Oh.
And stop the bottle from falling.
Boom.
And let it safely land.
It
down
hovers
below
for a moment, and then it does indeed land.
And then I will let out a gleeful thing. My magic. It is returned.
And you feel it. You feel that magic coursing through you. And for a moment, your companions think that you might be glowing blue, but that's probably just their imagination.
Well, while they're paying attention to the water, I take my jacket off, I tie it in a knot around my waist and put my sword into my jacket and head north. Go north.
Okay, wait. So I'm going to get confused here because I'm starting to mix it up. I'm going to say that there's a doorway straight ahead, and there's a doorway to your right. So you're going to head straight ahead?
Straight ahead, north. I imagine it's north.
Are you guys going to let him do that? He's just going to go and open up the door?
They're paying attention to the bottle. I'm ready. I'm going.
Okay. I will totally accept that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're going to sneak in there and do something while they're not looking.
And I'm just going to walk right over the door, open it wide open, and head straight in.
So you throw open that door, and the moment you do, I'd like you to make an intellect roll at this moment. And here's what I'm going to say. What you see inside that door is so terrifying, so traumatic, so upsetting. You're going to have to keep your footing here. So what I want you to do is tell me how you would brace yourself when confronted by something that was out of your deepest, darkest nightmares. What would you do?
Okay. Well, I have a closed mind as a magical warrior. I am trained in intellect defense tasks and have a +2 to armor against damage that selectively targets your intellect pool.
Oh.
Would that apply in this case?
I'm gonna say no, but of course the protection would, but not necessarily the points. I wasn't gonna. This isn't the sort of thing that's gonna deal damage.
Okay.
This is your quick.
In order to brace myself, I've already sheathed my sword. I can't grab that really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
No, I really don't. I'm going to stumble back and just try and maintain my balance.
Okay, so go ahead and make a roll.
All right. 13.
You just barely are able to maintain your footing, grabbing onto the handle of the door as you stumble back, and your companions see you as your feet kick out from beneath you. But then for a moment, you're kind of hanging off the door, about to fall on your ass on the muddy floor, but you barely manage to keep yourself up. And what you're looking at is that troll.
I remember you.
That troll has what looks like a leg in its mouth. And it's chewing on the thigh and shoving it into its mouth as you enter. And then for a moment, it's the troll, but it's not the troll. It looks like it, but it may be something different. And it begins to stumble forward, but it still hasn't quite realized that there is a master adventurer here to snack on. And it steps forward, looking at you, still gnawing at that bone. And then you see on the floor the body of someone crumpled into nothing beside. And so as this happens, I need all of you guys to roll for initiative. And the way that I do it is kind of the optional rule that Cypher system uses, which is where everybody rolls for initiative, and then I compare that. I take the highest roll, and then I just compare that to what the bad guy has. And then I allow, if if the good guys get a roll higher than the bad guy, I allow the good guys to choose what order they want to go in, and then we go with the bad guy. But if the bad guy is higher, then I'll go with the bad guy first. Just in the interest of keeping it fast. Yes, you have a question, young man, in the army.
No, I'm saying I rolled a 5.
Oh, 5. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't get the... I'm a teacher by day, folks, just so you know. When people raise their hand around me, I just call on them. You know, it's very embarrassing when I'm out in public. You got a 10?
9.
Oh, a 9. Okay. Anyone else?
11.
11.
Nat 1.
Oh,
9.
boy.
17, which is hilarious.
17. Okay, so here's what we're going to say. With a natural 1, I'm just going to say I would normally do a GM intervention. Intrusion. I know. I can't believe I said. You know what intervention is? Intervention is during there's a period in the school where I teach that's called intervention, and it's really meant for like the slower kids that need a little bit of help. Or not the slower. That's the wrong way to put it. It's for children that need a little bit of help with something they're working on. So I called it a GM intervention. But the truth is, you are going to need help.
Understandably so, though, Matt. Understandably so, given the audience. So
yeah, given your performance so far in the night. So at any rate, unfortunately, with the 1, I'm going to call this. I'm going to make an intrusion here, and I am just going to say that the room begins to shake, and there is suddenly from behind you a cave-in. As the passage that you just came down a few moments ago begins to collapse inward on itself, and it throws, as all of this debris, the rafters come down, as bricks come down, as mud splashes, it throws all of you forward and forces you, bottlenecks all of you to go forward and fire yourselves into the troll room. As the troll raises one eyebrow, and you all as a mass just completely steamroller him, knocking him to the ground, and the room begins to roll and fill with the debris from the collapse back in the cellar. Now, you've got the bottle of water, and you've got the cloves of garlic, but as you look back behind you, that room is now sealed up, and there's just tons of debris, and maybe you could make it through there, but it might take some work. And now you've got a bigger problem, though, because you've just thrown yourselves into the troll room in order to get away from it. And now here's the other problem. The troll has the initiative in this case, I'm going to say. So, the troll takes a look at the closest person, which I'm going to say is Frank. And letting go of the leg and slurping it up into its mouth, it pulls on the hapless adventurer on the ground, rips that other leg off, raises it above his head, and then brings it down as if it were a club coming right at you. Now, go ahead, Frank, and make a defense roll for this, and tell me if there's anything you want to do to ease the task or to change things somehow.
I'm going to just expend, I'll use 2 levels of effort for speed.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to eke out the way. I've got no skills that will help me in this case.
Got it.
Ooh, it's 16.
16 is not bad. And what happens is the leg comes crashing down. And here's the thing. You've never seen a human body used as a blunt instrument before. And it's frightening to behold as the leg that is folded backward, so in other words, the knee side is facing upward, it comes down and breaks in half, making a horrible sound like a celery stalk snapping. And blood splatters all along the wall and along your companions, and the troll is right there in your eyes, staring at you. You can smell its breath just an inch away. That was the troll's turn. How about you, gentlemen? I'll let you go in whatever order you would like to go in.
I would like to fire my arrow at the troll's face.
I'm gonna say here, with my GM intervention, I'm gonna say that you guys were thrown so quickly forward that it would probably take you some time to draw a bow, and you probably would have lost control of the bow and then lost the arrow. So I'll give you something else a little bit simpler, and that would probably take you a turn to knock an arrow, I'm going to say. Anything?
Okay then. Well, so my bow's on the floor, arrow's on the floor. I'm going to just get the trident off my back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll let you pull the trident, and I'll let you take a swing if you'd like to take a swing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Just a simple move like that, and we'll call it like just pulling it around, and yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll swing my trident then.
So swinging your trident, go ahead and make an attack roll, and let me know if there's anything you want to do to adjust that roll.
I have no fight skill adjustments.
Would you like?
All of my abilities are in lock picking and finding my way and trapdoors.
So let me remind you though, and I'm going to remind the people at home, that when you make an adjustment or when you try to ease the task difficulty, you can use three things: skills, assets, and effort. So if you don't have a skill, that's okay, and you've kind of just told us that. But you can also use maybe assets or effort. So an asset could be maybe the item itself. Maybe there's some reason that item is helpful or easy for you to use or quick. The other thing could be just spending simple points in effort in order to ease that task. Would you like to do any of those things?
Yeah, I'll add effort. So just for you to know, my might is 12 with an edge of 1.
Yeah.
My speed is 14 with an edge of 1. And I'd like to use 2 effort.
Okay, so then you can apply that. Do you want to apply it towards might or speed?
I would say speed, because the trident itself has a might addition. But I need my speed.
Sounds cool. Adds a lot of flavor to the idea. Go ahead and make your roll. So we've got 2. We've eased the task by 2 for that.
5.
Unfortunately, that is not quite enough. And as you bring it up, you are filled with confidence. You're like, okay, well, the arrow, the bow, those are gone. But you know what? I got this. And you take your swing. And unfortunately, the fact that that troll is right in Frank's face makes you a little bit nervous, and you kind of ease up at the last moment, and then you miss. Anybody else up?
Well, I forgot to ask something real quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did we start with any experience in the game?
I will say...
Any experience points?
I will say yes. That is a very good question, DM Scotty. Thank you for reminding me of that.
You're welcome.
Give you all... I'll give you 2 experience.
Excellent.
So, Eric, you could re-roll that. Experience can be used to re-roll a roll.
Yep.
So if you want to, you could re-roll.
You want to spend an XP, you could re-roll.
Yes, I would love to spend an XP.
No, I'm going to take the unsuccessful roll and...
Oops.
Go ahead. Make another roll then. Make a D20 roll. One more.
5.
You bring it right back, and unfortunately, Frank is still in close, and it's like there's a force field between the two of them, and Frank has never been this close to a troll before in his life, and you're like, Frank, this is the part in the movie where you duck, and I take the troll's head off, but you have to pull that scepter up, or trident up, and unfortunately, do not connect. Anybody else?
All right, on the other side of Frank, I'm going to go ahead and push him out of the way so I can get a nice big swing with my sword.
All right. So
Then,
any ease in the task at all?
Well, first of all, I'm going to also spend 2 speed on a successive attack, which essentially means coming in with my first attack, I get my second. I'm going to kind of spin and then do a piercing attack.
Do you need to make 2 rolls for that, or are they all counted as one? Okay.
2 different rolls.
Got it.
And I'm going to go ahead and put some effort into it.
Okay, so we're easing the task. On the first one. Okay. Go ahead. So go ahead and make your first roll.
Okay, first roll. Natural 1. I don't think I'm going to get my successive attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been wonderful playing tonight. That's our TPK. So as you swing,
Don't forget too. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't forget too that if you use a GM intrusion, that person gets an XP, and then
that's right.
they give an XP to somebody.
Thank you.
If you do a group XP, you could give all of us an extra XP.
I could if I were really nice.
If you were really nice.
So with the and you're right. And you know what, Frank, you rolled the 1 before, right?
I did.
Give yourself an extra XP. Thank you, DM Scotty. This is why he's DM Scotty, and he brings people hot piping digital apple pies. He brings his YouTube channel neighbors this. So, GM intrusion. And this is, or wait a minute, let me ask you this, Scotty, and let me ask all of you guys this. On a natural 1, isn't there no XP awarded? A GM intrusion.
It's yeah, if you Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. If it's a 1 right, you're right. There is no XP awarded. It's if you do a GM intrusion without a 1 roll, then you give the person the XP.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's totally fine. But you know what, you know what, Frank? Just keep it anyway for fun, because I'm feeling generous.
Ooh, hey.
I'm feeling good tonight. I'm feeling good.
I do also want to say that I have erratic behavior, which allows you, under times of great stress, to do a GM intrusion without awarding experience points. So I just thought I'd let you know that.
Oh,
You've got a little.
I like that. Thank you for letting me know halfway through the adventure.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate that. But at
I
any
wasn't
rate,
at the state yet. I'm at the state now. Now I'm in Zork, and that's what I'm.
That's right.
I'm going to tell you this.
With the natural 1, so as you attack, unfortunately, as you are swinging by with your first swing, Frank ends up raising his head. And the blow ends up striking him.
Oh no.
In the back of the head. How many points of damage?
Jeez.
I don't know. You gave me the sword.
Oh, okay. So we'll say that this is a medium weapon. I'll call it 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Because I'm scared to make it 6.
It's a sword +5 vorpal weapon.
that's wait a minute, I'm all confused now. What system are we using?
Yes. Frank no longer has a head.
Healer down.
How many? So go ahead and subtract 4 points. You're not down.
No.
That's a flesh wound. I know that's the wrong movie, but
those just come out of my pool, correct?
Yeah, they just come out. They drain them. You drain them out of your might.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. And then so let's go with your second as you go back, because now you've knocked Frank out of the way.
Yeah, see who else you can get out in the party.
That's right. Just close your eyes and start swinging. Start swinging. That's what I do.
All right. A second successive attack is an 8.
And do the same.
No effort on that.
Nothing applies to that.
Nothing.
Unfortunately, that comes back. You don't do any damage to any of your companions, which for you is a great thing. You're a little bit rusty, but you do bring it back. And who's up next, or who wants to go next? Because you can kind of.
I will go next.
Okay.
I will raise my staff, which I'm kind of using the staff as the conduit for my ciphers.
Yeah.
and I will use the ray emitter command.
Okay.
So I will aim the staff at the troll.
Yeah.
And I will say to him, "Be gone from whence you came. Get out of here."
All right. So go ahead. Is there anything?
So it's a 1d6 plus 2. So I'm going to roll that. It's I rolled a 6. So
it's an 8.
So it's an 8. So the strength level of it is 8. Which
the level is 8.
I would assume that's against maybe his level.
Yeah.
To see if it works. Yeah.
So do me a favor though. So if that is an 8, yeah, you know what? That's good enough for me. That's a super pretty awesome sounding weapon. So with that, tell me how this destroys the troll. What does it do to it?
Well, it doesn't destroy it. It's a command. So the verbal command is be gone. So wherever tunnel or passage or wherever he might be from, he's got to go.
So the troll looks up, and for a moment, you can see a bit of a snarl as one lip curls upward. And then it makes a sound not unlike, almost like a rattlesnake coming from deep within its throat. And then it moves backward, hunching down, keeping its eyes locked on you. And then moves into the darkness, away, dropping that other leg, leaving nothing but a half-gnawed leg, a freshly torn-off leg, and on the ground, as the troll retreats, you see a bloody, shaking hand move on the body as it tries to drag itself forward. Whoever the victim was, it's probably still alive or, unfortunately, some sort of animated dead creature as the troll moves out of the range of your torches into the
I look down at the body and say, sorry, our healer just got knocked down.
Hey, we got a Twitcher here.
That's right, Twitcher. The troll disappears, and now you're alone in the troll room.
Okay.
And it's disappeared down a long hallway that's just kind of going off from this section. And whether it's just gone into the next room or what, you're not quite sure. But it doesn't appear to be around. And the glowing of all of your weapons, which I failed to sort of remind you of before, the glowing slightly goes down now, as if you were safe. And now that creature.
So I'm going to pick up my bow, pick up that arrow, relight it off of somebody's torch, and kind of look down the hallway.
Looking down the hallway, it just goes into blackness. And you maybe see the eyes of the troll as they sort of darken and then disappear.
Like Scooby-Doo eyes.
Exactly like that.
I go over to Frank and try and stop the flow of blood coming out of the back of his skull.
I'm okay.
You're not going to worry about the person on the ground with two dismembered legs.
I don't know that person. I know
that's true. That's true.
And a little bit of guilt for what you did to Frank.
It's it.
It's true.
I'll shake Jack off and roll over to the corpse and try.
When you say corpse, you hear a voice say,
I'm not dead
I am not dead yet.
Oh, dear God.
It's only a flesh
wound.
wound.
Twitch.
And you can see blood pumping out of those stumps now. And if this person is not dead, they will be very, very quickly.
Frank, you're a doctor. Can you do anything?
Not much.
Can I
trained
give
in healing, but there's 2 legs off.
Right.
And
let me.
Look, you've got no legs left.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a doctor in real life. However, I played one as a game master many times. And one thing I do know, and I'm just going to, because your character would know this, Frank, you could probably get a couple of belts and like tie off the stumps or something, and at least give you a minute or two.
I will take off my own belt to start with, and just shout for someone else to provide something, and I'll only momentarily look at the gore on my linen suit and just kind of curse. But then I will tourniquet with the belt, one leg nice and tight to try and staunch the bleeding.
And I'm going to say you get that on there, no problem. Don't even have to roll.
And I'm looking back to the other guys. Who's got a belt or a rope or anything? Nothing.
Bob takes his belt off of his khakis.
Yeah.
And they immediately fall down, and he has boxer shorts on.
Don't say stuff like that when I'm drinking. And in front of a computer that's
like,
streaming live, because I'm gonna like.
And the shield is like, all right, you fools, question him before he dies. Don't worry about tying off the legs. Find out what he knows.
And the two of you go to work on the two stumps, and when this happens, the victim just screams out in pain and agony, and you can kind of see how he, and now it's definitely a he that's dressed in some sort of cloak and dark clothing, tries to struggle to their feet. It's an ancient impulse that we all might have, but of course there are only two stumps there. And there's a moment where the stumps grind into the ground and fill with dirt and rock. And then there's another cry of pain as he turns. Sorry, Eric, I'm getting too much. We should have filled out the we should have filled out the sheet that says like things I don't like, like rocks grinding into bloody stumps. And I would have checked like next to spiders, and then we would have checked it off. But at any rate, he turns and he looks at all five of you, and you immediately recognize this person.
It's TBD.
But what I want you to do is I want everybody to make a roll right now, and we'll see who recognizes this person.
Oh, I rolled a 5.
17.
Right in the middle of 10.
9.
7.
So when you were reading, Jack, through the book earlier, you didn't get much out of it. Oh, wait, you didn't read. So I have to come up with a different reason. You recognize the moment you look into the eyes of this man. This is the thief that originally haunted you in the tunnels of the great underground empire. But he's grown old. And it also, this doesn't make sense because from what you remembered, you had decapitated the thief all those years before. But as he looks up at you, you see that scar going from ear to ear. And that scar is glowing blue. As he turns and he reaches out with his hand. You. Again.
I'll take that on too, thief.
You tricked me those years before. And now it's your fault again.
Not a very good thief, are you?
Why does he sound like Solid Snake?
Because I couldn't come up with another voice to do, and this seemed like the dying voice of a thief that had had 2 legs torn from his body by a troll. He grabs your other lapel and pulls you closer. This is your doing. This is your doing. And he looks from one to the other of you. All of this is your fault. And then he collapses to the ground and he's woozy.
I was going to say, just let me slit his throat, but you know what? I kind of like him suffering like this. I give him a kick in the ribcage.
He rolls to the side, and he's like, I know. Yeah, Frank the doctor is like,
it's do no harm.
I've taken an oath.
I haven't taken a damn oath.
So he rolls to the side. The shield?
The shield says, let us avenge your death. Tell us what happened to you. Quickly now, before you bleed out and die.
My death.
Give
I've
us the
died.
information before you just go off and die.
I've
bastard.
died many times. You should all remember. And he looks from one to the other. And as he does so, he reaches into a pocket in his jacket, or in his cloak, and a rusty knife tumbles out onto the ground. Don't you remember? Each and every one of you, at one point, has killed me, but you cannot kill me forever. And he laughs. I may die now, but I will be back. But I promise you this, if you do not help me now, I will ensure that your lives will be miserable. I will haunt you after death. I will not come back again. I will find you. I will leave this place. And you start to see a mist, like a fog, starting to ooze, or starting to bubble up out of his jacket, as if he's like melting away and disappearing. Save my son! And he reaches forward and he brings you, Jack, up to his face, and you can smell his dying breath. My son, who I tried to raise right. I tried to raise better than me. My son, who lives in this horrible town. Save him. He's down here somewhere. Save him. And I will
Could you
not
be more
haunt you
specific
all.
about somewhere?
He's like, oh yes, of course I could do that. He pulls a little notepad out and he starts drawing you something, and he's like, and he dips it in his own blood so that he can make it.
When you come to the vampire, take left, and
So he tells you, my son came down here to help this town. He came down here to stop those souls from being taken, but he was too late. Those souls were taken. Those souls that flow down the river, the frigid river, from flood control dam number 3. Find the dam, and you shall find my son, and I will not haunt you. Escort him safely out of here. And I will
not be extorted. I'm not going to save your son just so you won't haunt me.
More smoke is starting to ooze out, and you can actually see it. Looks like he's starting to crumple away now.
Say pretty, please.
Anyone else trying to talk to this?
I'll do it anyway, just for the
Disappearing
sake
thief?
of your son. I don't really care about you, but this kid's or young man is innocent and probably needs our help. So I'm gonna do it anyway. I will try to take care of your son.
He lets go of Jack and crawls over to you, Eric, and grabs you and pulls you into his face, and you can smell his dying breath as he says, "Thank you, sir. I shall not haunt you, but I will consider haunting him." And he looks back at Larry.
Haunt schmont. Don't worry about it. The voices will keep me happy.
He lets go of Eric, and then he falls to the ground, and he crawls over to you, Larry, and he grabs you, and he pulls you, and you smell his dying breath as he says, "Curse you, you son of a..." It's something I can't say on my stream because I try to keep it clean. And then he drops to the ground, and he crawls back over to Eric, and he goes, "Will you do that?"
Yes. Stop grabbing me, though.
And then with that, his hands let go. He falls to the ground, and more smoke starts to barrel out, and kind of like his clothing starts to collapse, and all that's left is his clothing and that rusty knife.
As is my nature, I check his pockets.
He doesn't have any pants on. He's got no legs.
He's got a cloak. Go ahead and okay. So you find on him a satchel filled with a coins that match your own coins. They are what are called, and I'll kind of let you know because you guys are starting to gradually get your memories back. They are called Zork mids. They are the official currency of the Great Underground Empire, minted in 699 GUE time. And it's probably like, I don't know, 40 or 50 of them in a little leather satchel that he's got on him. You also find a Cypher, which I will allow you to roll randomly on a table. And by the way, has anyone used a Cypher yet?
I did.
Oh, okay, that's right. So if you'd like, Eric, go ahead and make a roll on the Cypher table, which I have completely forgotten what page it's on. But I'm sure my fellow players.
Cypher tables 382.
382. Go ahead and make a roll. And that would be the 2d10s.
2d10s.
Yeah. So they're percentile die. Take one.
I'm going to toss Bob his gore-covered belt back. And I'm going to take mine as well. And
it's just dripping with blood, and it looks like a barber's leather strap that just went. It looks like Sweeney Todd's barber's strap.
So I rolled a 10 and a 7 in that order.
And a 7. So we'll just call it a 1 and a 7. And so for that, you get something called Cursebringer. And the Cursebringer is on page 386. The Cursebringer. The Cypher can be activated when given to an individual who doesn't realize its significance. The next time the victim attempts an important task when the Cypher is in their possession, the task is hindered by 3 steps. So basically, it's a gift that you can give to someone else, and it hinders any task that they do. And if that's an attack,
Sweet.
That's very helpful. And you can roll. The level is 1d6.
It's a little statue. It's a little statue of a monkey, a cursed monkey.
That's right. Or it's a monkey's paw, and it twitches.
It's a monkey
paw. There you go.
Or it's a Darwin Award statue.
Right. So, Eric, go ahead and roll a 1d6 plus and add 1, and that will be the level of this Cypher.
Okay. It was a 5.
Okay, so it's level 6. Go ahead and write that down. Now, is anyone else going to search his legs?
I guess I'll take the pieces of him that the troll ripped off and just kind of put them back on top of him and maybe cover him up with his own cloak and give him a little bit of a shroud and give him a proper send off.
I give you 1 XP for
after
that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take it.
And a single tear rolls down. As if somehow... Well, actually it doesn't because he turned to dust. But anyway, there's a tear that pops up out of the dust and then just goes back, absorbed into the dust. Right. Now, to let you know, the troll backed up what appeared to be like a long kind of tunnel and just sort of disappeared. Do you guys want to continue forward, or do you want to go back into the cellar room? Or wait, you can't. So you're going forward. That's it.
Forward.
I'm going to step in front of the entire group and take my flaming arrow and shoot it down the length of the corridor.
Go ahead. I'm not even going to actually make you roll because you're just sort of firing into the darkness, right? Is there some logic to it at all? Like, are you going to fire at a certain height?
The same logic as dropping the flaming log. I want to see if there's anything immediately visible. I just want the flame to hit it, just even for an instant.
Okay. You fire into the darkness, and what you see is a rippling fireball, or I should say a rippling circle of light as it moves, gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it highlights the twists and turns of what appears to be a solid cavern moving forward and then eventually it arcs downward and lands on the ground, revealing what may or may not be a doorway, but you're not quite sure. There's something there. It could be a doorway, could be a big troll. But it seemed like the coast is clear as far as going forward. From what you saw, it looks like it was clear.
All right, well, I draw the next arrow, light it off of Bob's torch, and I start walking forward.
Okay. Everybody...
So-
Go ahead.
So while Eric's doing that, the Shield's like, "Okay, Bob, we've had enough of you. We need Mangoth. We need Mangoth back." And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Ah!" And he falls against the wall, does the Hulk thing. His hair grows out. His clothes change. He's this enormous man. He says, "Mangoth is back," and you realize that the guitar riff is actually coming from the shield. Like it holds its like mouth at a certain pitch.
Yeah.
That reverberates and actually makes that
And you're
noise,
not sure, but it could be a reflection in the shield, but it's almost like the shield does an air guitar.
Exactly.
But you're not sure.
Mangoth is back.
And you grab your shield up and you kind of march right after him as backup.
Oh yeah.
Gentlemen, can I assume that the rest of you are doing the same thing?
Eric, Mangoth have your back.
Good. That is comforting.
Everybody else following after?
Yeah, Mangoth's back, I guess. I guess we'll have Mangoth's back.
And then each back is successively had.
Yeah. I do want to make sure that Frank is in front of me, though, because I don't want to get hit in the back of the head with a sword.
And I'm gonna make my action recovery roll, just patching myself up.
That's right. So for anyone that sustained damage, and I think it was just Frank, it was friendly fire.
Fantastic.
You can make a recovery roll for one action at this point. But your next one has got to be in 10 minutes. So
Right.
I think it's 10. So with that, you all march forward, and as you move through this cavern, this tunnel, indeed, all you really see, and this is something you don't even have to roll for, are what are obviously troll tracks. And along with the troll tracks, you see little droplets which appear to be like dark mud, but you realize at a certain point it's probably blood or something like that, some sort of grue. And when I say grue, I don't mean a grue in the darkness. I mean just like gore and grue. And the thing, you march forward toward that door until you finally make it up to it. And there's an inscription in some sort of weird hieroglyphics on the front of it. And on the other side, you can hear like machinery cycling over and over and over again. And actually, maybe there's a vibration in the cave, as if something on the other side, something deeper than the great underground empire, were vibrating on the other side of this.
I'd like to try to read those inscriptions. I do have a knowledge skill in magic and occult. So I'd like to see if I can decipher any of the those.
Of the runes or the glyphs.
Correct.
Yes. And is there anything else you'd like to do to ease that task at all?
I also have magic training as a special ability. So let me...
Yeah, I'll count that in the interest of fun. Sure.
I'm not sure what that supplies, but I'll find out.
Could the shield assist?
I am...
Can I help him too? Just confer back and forth what we're able to read. I have a skill called Decipher.
So let's say this. You can have one assist as far as I know. And
Okay.
so you guys have to decide, which do you think is perhaps the more powerful or the more... Which is the better assist? The shield or
Probably-
using your...
I'd say
Probably
it's
the
Eric's.
shield.
Eric's because he's a hero and not a piece of equipment.
Okay.
He's not necessarily glib.
Yes, the shield of glibness, right?
So Eric, would you agree to that? Do you want to assist Steve
Yes.
on this?
Yeah, I'll use my decipher on page 126, by the way.
Yep.
If you spend 1 minute examining a piece of writing or code in a language you do not understand, you can make an intellect roll of difficulty 3 or higher based on the complexity to get the
Okay.
gist of the message.
Yep. Yep.
Cool.
Okay. So go ahead and make your roll, Steve.
My roll is a 9.
So for a 9, I'm going to give you a few things here. The first thing that you notice is that this sign that is kind of that is like mounted on this door with the inscription, it looks as if it's been moved from somewhere else. It's got like nails, or there are like parts that are kind of nailed, and it's got like a wrought iron kind of design on it, and things like that. This is the stuff that you don't need to speak a foreign language, an ancient foreign language, in order to understand. And it's been like mounted on this door. It's kind of crooked. It looks like whoever put it up maybe didn't do a very good job of it, and it was sort of hastily put up like that. As far as the inscription itself goes, it is written in an ancient language that you can catch a few words of. And let me just quickly... What you get is abandon is the first word. The second and the third word you don't get. The fourth word is all.
I think I forgot it.
And the rest of the words you don't get because you smartasses already figured it out. But that's okay.
Okay.
Say hi to Virgil for me.
Larry, leave it to you to bring a literary reference to a silly MIT interactive fiction game.
You're the one that brought the literary reference.
No, this is all... Nope, this is from the game.
Oh,
This is all from the game. You did not read the informational text, which I sent to all of you guys.
I didn't absorb them, if that's what you're implying.
You didn't
Absolutely.
spend 3 hours of your life. You did something like go out with your family and like spend time with your dog and made memories with your wife or something, instead of spending 3 or 4 hours on a silly game of no consequence. That's your own problem, Larry. I mean, we all have priorities.
The voice in my head is chastising me along with you. So yeah.
That's right. So, those are the words you get. Oh, Infinite Construct says literary references are more than appropriate for Zork. I would agree with that, especially since it's from MIT. Well, if it were from Harvard, I'd say it's a little bit more, but MIT, the judges will accept that answer. So, what's the decision? This is the door. This is the sign.
There's
I
no
think we have
choice to be
follow-up,
made.
guys. Go ahead, Frank.
I was going to say there's no choice to be made. It's not like there's alternate ways out of this space.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair.
We do have a choice. Smash!
Okay.
This is what we're
I'm
doing?
taking a scrap of paper, write down the word hope, throw it over my shoulder, and
So is it a door that this is above? Like what is
It
is-
looks like
is the
it's
door-
been mounted on this door kind of like
okay?
haphazardly.
Is the door itself locked or
It's
what
got
how's
it's
it
got
appear?
like latches on it, and it does appear to have some sort of, you could call it a lock. It's got a mechanism on it that opens it, but as far as whether or not it's locked, that it looks simple enough.
Too bad we don't have anybody here that picks locks.
If only.
But yes, I mean, have we just tried opening it? Maybe it's not even locked. But before we get to that point, I'd like to use Trap Finder to make sure the door isn't gonna like shoot poison darts at us.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I run my channel in kind of an educational sort of way. Like I like to think, I guess it's a little highfalutin. And for those of you that haven't had a lot of experience playing role-playing games, but this is what happens when the party encounters a door that's closed. They will spend hours and hours and hours standing in front of it so that all of the material that the game master has prepared is slowly, but, you know, what I'm essentially doing is I'm going to take the 30 pages I prepared, I'm putting them into a shredder right now because I know that the rest of the game is all going to be played in front of this door, which they eventually open and find nothing behind. Except
But we got this door.
But you got the door, and so I'm gonna have to, in my head, come up with a way of making this the climax of the game. So for those of you that have, you know, other game masters out there that come, you know, that experience this, it's not you, it's your players. Okay, you did your best. This is a part of the game, and it's something you all have to accept. And the way that all the other players are nodding, and particularly, of course, DM Scotty, everybody knows very well that this is what happens. So
I have to add a caveat to that exploration. It's not necessarily the players. When you put a sign over top of the door that says "Ban all hope eating barrier." All right?
Yeah.
Good point.
We're not
Also, I
totally
wasn't like going
blameless.
I wasn't going to spend time staring at the door looking for a trap. I was just letting you know I have Trap Finder, so if it's trapped, you have to tell me. But I'm going to go up, grab the handle, and yank it open.
Oh, so without making any rolls or anything, you're just going to yank it?
Yeah.
Poison darts come out and hit you in the neck.
I know. Did you ever see Raiders of the Lost Ark where those spikes come out of the wall?
No, Trap Finder on
So
on
does
193, Trap Finder.
how
If
does
it's
trap?
trapped,
Can
you have
you?
to tell me.
If it's trapped, I have to tell you.
I think so.
Nobody says I have to do anything on my channel.
Okay.
Nobody tells me, except Monte Cook when he writes it in the rules. In which case, I say
We'll
yes,
tell on you
yes,
to Monte
Mr. Cook. Yes, Mr. Cook. Immediately, Mr. Cook. I will tell him about.
All right, traps
The trap.
level 4 and below, I wouldn't have to roll.
Wait, level 4 and below?
He would just
Yes.
spot, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Instafix.
I'll say this. There is a trap. And it consists of, on the other side of the door, there's something on the ground.
So did he see like a trigger or something?
So looking, well, Eric, you tell me, what are you looking for exactly? Describe to me what you're looking for on the door.
I'm looking at the bottom of the door. There's, you know, there's light coming in. Is it just one solid across the light, or are there feet, or are there little wires, or like, is there something that I can see interrupted, casting a shadow?
Looking down at the foot of the door, what you notice are you notice a couple things. First of all, the tracks of the troll that were leading up to it actually stopped about 2 or 3 feet back. Now that would sort of be okay because the troll was a little bit larger than you, but somehow he must have leaned forward, and taking a look at it, you can see the way that his toes kind of pressed down like this, as if he were throwing himself through the door as it happened. The second thing that you notice is that looking down at the bottom of the door, I don't know what it's called, but that bottom little section, there's almost a bit of an incline as it moves outward. And the rock on the ground becomes kind of rather polished and smooth. But what could be on the other side, you don't know.
In addition to the normal options, you can choose to use effort to increase the level of traps that can be found by 2. So using 2 levels of effort can find all traps of level 8 or below.
So would you like to reattempt?
I'd like to take a closer look. Get down, try and look under that slit in the door. I want to know what, if this is a difficult trap. I want to know.
So you
what's
can
gonna
go
be
ahead and
close.
spend those points.
Okay.
And then what you'll notice is this. In addition, at that point where the troll seems to have jumped, now you can kind of tell he must have done that. He must have thrown himself through the door. There's like a panel that matches up with the stone. And it looks like the panel, it's on a hinge of some sort, or like it's a large, maybe it's a large like block of stone that just sort of, so there's something there. So if you're on that spot, you're a little bit nervous about what might happen to you.
Okay. Well, I tell everyone in the group, hey guys, this is what I found. Don't stand here after we go through the door. This is the bad zone.
Everybody,
Hey, Matt,
oh, go ahead.
Matt, I just want to say that you're not selling the overly paranoid thing very well.
No, I'm trying not to. I'm trying to make this. I'm just like, seriously, I'm thinking this might be the end of the adventure. We've got an hour and a half left.
Well, let's power through.
Mm-hmm.
All
So,
We seem to have avoided the trap, and we'll, I don't know, walk around it somehow, or however.
Can we step over it?
you could probably step to, looking at it, you could probably step to the side, pop that door open, and then boom, you can go through.
Do that,
Then-
and then Mangath, just throw me to the other side.
Yeah, Mangath.
Fastball special.
bro.
Nobody throws Gandalf.
He slaps you on the back, Eric, and almost knocks you into the trap.
So Eric, are
He
you
says-
you step
Yeah,
into the side?
now
You're
that I
going to
know
open the
where
door.
the trap is, let's open the door.
So you step
Good
off
job,
to the
Eric.
side, and then I assume that all of you kind of like a SWAT team going into a room, like maybe flank on either side of it to just
Stack
avoid
up.
whatever's happening. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't stack up. Oh, okay, I get it. You stack. Okay. So
Right.
you trigger the handle. The door springs open. And sure enough, that area drops, and you are looking at what appears to be some sort of incredibly, almost smooth as glass, a ramp that drops, and it just descends into darkness. And then about 1.5 or 2 feet on the other side of the door is the ledge of a cliff. And now you're looking out over a chasm, which makes no sense because you're underground. But looking up at the ceiling, there are stalactites hanging. And now you can feel that vibration louder and that thrumming of machinery. And there's something around the edge of this cliff, around the corner. And looking off into the distance more, what you see is what might be a river. But wherever it's what's
the
that?
frigid river, guys. It's a frigid river. It's a frigid river. Don't dip your toe in. I'm telling you.
It's very
yeah,
cold.
You're saying, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Don't dip your toe in, guys.
Can we follow along the bank of the river, or
It's-
around the edge of the?
That
So
ridge.
it's hard to see. You're going to have to follow along the edge of a cliff, essentially, right? And it goes around the side of a mountain, and then it sort of plummets below you. And the river is off in the distance, and then there's something on the other side of the cliff. That's where the sounds of the machinery and the sounds of the river kind of like flowing are coming
Where the
from.
founding fathers left the treasure. It's right there. We'll see Nicholas.
Maybe. Nicolas Cage will be down there with...
Well, there seems to be only one direction we can go, so I'm gonna start walking that way.
So are you all following after and hopping over that? So hopping
I got a
over...
big smile on my face.
Hopping over, you start to edge your way along the cliff. And then as you come out, you come into what looks like a clearing, but you're still up pretty high. And looking down is just a bottomless pit. And then looking further along, you see a series of cliffs on the other side. And as you turn the corner, there it is. The memories come flooding back to you of flood control dam number 3. And there's a path going down to it. And the river that's flowing through it is unlike any river you've seen before. When you were here before, it was fresh, beautiful water, but now it's a black, bubbly ichor. An ichor that matches what Jack saw when he filled the bucket a few hours ago. And there at the dam, there are machinery that's pumping and moving and flowing, turning dynamos that are cutting through this ichor and spitting it out.
Well,
Like
because
modern machinery.
It looks like it's about, I mean, looking at it, it looks like about the same age as whatever it was before, maybe 1,000 years old, maybe 100 years old. You're not sure.
well, seeing as how we need to keep the game moving, I'm just gonna trust my danger sense and danger instinct and just start looking for the dam. I'm looking for the thief's son.
Following after him, I assume, you all move steadily forward. And coming around the corner, you come to a twisting stairwell carved out of the rock that goes all the way down to the top of the dam. And there, you look out across, and as you look down to one side of the dam where all of the water is building up, what you realize you're looking at is not obviously water. It's not some sort of black oozing oil, but it's the ichor of these dark living creatures that are liquid and piled up, kind of like, as they slide and slip over one another, they look like fleshy growths, one over the other, and the water has been replaced by these things that are all held up against the dam and then being spat out the other side into the frigid river, which continues to flow along, and it looks like it heads back up to the overground, above ground.
So
Is there any
since-
sign of the boy at all?
Looking around, well, do this. Make a roll for me. We'll call it intellect. Tell me what you're looking for up here. Down here, up here.
Well, I'm looking for any sign of a human or any indication of a platform or something that would be, usable to either hold somebody captive or
right.
maybe just spirit away, rather than the natural structure.
Yes.
And go ahead.
Go ahead.
I have an identifying skill, but I don't think that I think that's more for like objects and stuff. I do have a geography skill, so maybe that would let me notice things that were not natural formations.
I like this. So go ahead. We'll count the geography skill.
Okay.
And go ahead and make your roll.
That is a 17.
Not bad. So looking along the top, of course, you see a couple what look like they just look like maintenance type rooms or engineering rooms where things maybe there are control panels or there are computers that are controlling the way that the dam works. But as you walk back and forth along the dam, you don't really see much in them. They look rather empty, though there's also something odd about them in that they look like they've been recently, well, changed somehow. They've had modifications done to them of some sort or another. But most interestingly, on the outside of the dam, on the other side of the dam that is not holding back the black ichor, there's a ladder that goes down to a platform, and there appears to be a doorway.
Look over there, fellas. There's a door.
Oh, cool. Let's go.
That's easy and quick. Any other ideas, or is this heading down the ladder?
Yes.
So heading down the ladder, you guys make your way slowly toward the bottom of the roaring, frigid river, which is now just filled with this black, dark ichor. And all around you, you have to kind of avoid it as you're climbing down the ladder. But as you move, there's splatters and sprays of this black ichor that you try to keep off of you. And you make your way down to the platform, and there is a large steel door there. And inside, because there is a clear glass window, what you see is a dark figure in a corner that's operating some machinery. And they haven't noticed you yet because they're
humanoid,
turned away.
or what is
Looks
it? What does
humanoid
it look like?
at this point. It looks humanoid. And now they're throwing a switch here and they're hitting a button there. And the machinery is roaring all around you. And with the sounds of the water, of the ichor, with the sounds of the machinery, with the sounds of the dam, it's very difficult for anyone to really hear very much of anything, which is probably the only reason that you managed to get down here without anyone detecting you. Any ideas? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, another door.
Well, we can see through this one because the window and the figure inside, so we can see that. But I'm going to use my curious to look around, try and figure out the door, the figure, any traps, etc.
Go ahead and make
You're always curious about your surroundings, even on a subconscious level. Whenever you use effort to attempt navigation, perception, or initiative tasks in an area that you've only rarely or never visited before, you can apply an additional free level of effort.
Okay, so you're going to spend for a couple, or no, I'm sorry, you're going to spend for one level of effort and you get a free one.
And get two.
Yeah, it's 2 for the price of 1 today. And then with that, you're also using, so go ahead and make your roll, and you're looking all around you.
2.
So close to a GM intervention.
Very close.
Unfortunately, looking around, you don't get, it's so noisy here. There's so much going on. It's a little bit too distracting. You know you've been here before. You know you've looked around through this area before, but unfortunately, you're not really getting any vibes off of it. Anybody else have an idea?
This figure is, how big is it? Is it our size?
It's your
bigger,
size. It's
smaller?
human-sized.
Okay.
Throw in more switches.
I'm going to use my Cypher, which is my Commodore 64, and it is going to it's perfect, the perfect memory Cypher. So what the perfect memory Cypher does is allows the user to mentally record everything they see for 30 seconds per Cypher level and store the recording permanently in their long-term memory, the hard drive. This Cypher is useful for watching someone pick a specific lock, enter a complex code, or do something else that happens quickly. I'm going to record his movements of what he's doing with the dam and seeing if I can coordinate what's happening with the machines.
I like this. So, this is just going to work. And you watch and kind of wait, because there's a little bit of a pause for a moment, and then maybe he steps over here to do something, but then he goes back and he starts operating the main controls. He pulls some levers, he hits some buttons. You see a logo come up, and it says Frobaw's Magic Dam Company. He starts entering some and typing some commands, and then he throws some more switches, and then as soon as this happens, there's a lurch in the dam. A vibration runs through it, and with that, there's this immense sound like a turbine. It's like you're in a wind tunnel now. As that grue begins to pump out from above the dam, and it's spitting out into the river. And as it's spat out, what you're seeing is not water, again, and it's not grue, but they look like ghostly gossamer shapes, dark shapes like humanoids. And they're screaming as they plummet down into the river and splash into this grue, and they start swimming around. And some of these screams almost sound familiar. And then the 30 seconds is over. And as this happens, whoever it is that's in there steps back, rubs their hands together as if satisfied by what they've done. And ladies and gentlemen, we're still outside a door.
I open the door and step in.
You just
opening the door, going in.
You step up to it, and as you open it up, it simply opens. There are no traps. It's well oiled. It smoothly opens. It doesn't even creak. And it's suddenly, you get this sense of calm that emanates out from within, because you realize that the room inside is shielded from what's going on. And the person that's standing there turns, looks directly at you, and you realize you're looking at a younger version of the thief. His mouth opens as if surprised to see you. And then his eyes begin to gleam. And he just shakes his head. And in a very un-thief-like voice, he says, "It's too late. It's already done." And he raises his hands and steps back.
We can undo it. We can
What's that?
undo it. I know how.
Oh, so apparently Cadmus came in through the door with me. By the way, hi, this is my friend Cadmus.
I didn't realize you were the only one in. Fair enough.
What about the rest? I looked behind
I
him
stepped
to see
in,
if
yeah,
anybody
yeah.
else.
Everybody
We
jumps.
closed the door behind you.
You all walked in so quietly, you struck each other.
So I would say to this younger version of the thief, I would say, I'm so glad that we found you and caught up with you, because I came to give you a gift. And then I pull the monkey's paw
Nice.
out of the burlap sack and say, this is a memento of that your father passed down to us, that I'm now giving to you.
My father, and he leans forward, reaches out. I want you to make an intellect roll, and we'll call this basically like a persuasion roll. Is there something you can do to persuade him to actually take this from you? And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a skill. You can just tell me, like, why would he take this from you?
Because I have a nice face.
That's debatable, but this is a fantasy world, so sure.
Right.
You got a good smile.
Yeah. So no, I show him the leather pouch of his father's that had the coins in it, but it just showed, like, I have met with your father, you see, and he wanted me to give you this. It's a token to let you know that we're friends, not foes.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
Guys,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll cast a minor illusion, and I'm thinking maybe I'll make that monkey paw look like something far more attractive.
Oh, like capturing some image in his mind.
Yes.
Okay. Can other people see what it becomes, or does he just see it?
Minor illusion, I think it works on everyone.
So then if he projects the image, everyone else will see what that image is, or they will all see something that they think would be a great gift, like different.
I'm not. I don't think illusion is that specific. So maybe
they'll see what he sees.
Maybe I'll make it. Yeah, they'll see what he sees.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make your roll, Eric.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you forgot
with his illusion boost.
I'll call that
7.
With a 7. Here's what happens. The thief's son reaches out as if to take the monkey's paw. It twitches. And when it twitches, there's a hesitation from the thief, and his eyes narrow. And for a moment you think to yourself, this is not the thief's son. This is someone entirely different. How could we have thought this was the thief? And then the monkey's paw begins to change. And it becomes a staff. But then it's not a staff, it's a long pole. And the pole penetrates, as if it were a hologram, into the floor, the cement floor. And the cement floor starts to become the frigid river. And you can see waves splashing. But these waves are the creatures that are trapped. And then that extends outward, and there's a boat, a flat boat, beneath his feet. And he reaches out, and you see him touch the monkey's paw, but he's holding it as if it were a pole to move a flat boat through the water, through a river, as if he were crossing a river. And now you see on the face of the thief's son, there's a war going on as one creature vies for control of the other. And he's looking at that satchel, and he recognizes it, and he reaches for it. My father? No, not your father. My father. My father? And there's something else going on here, and the feeling you get is that there are two personalities fighting back and forth. But now he takes it, and he's holding it, and he's at -3. He's hindered by 3 for whatever his next move is going to be. And just as this happens, you hear screeching as creatures begin to run down the outside of the dam. And those creatures in the water start to jump up out of it and hop onto the shores. And those turbines and dynamos and mechanisms inside the dam are spitting them out left and right more and more and more. And the entire dam starts to well up with vibrations. And he's still fighting back and forth, and his face becomes some other creature wearing a red hat. And then it becomes the thief one more time. And you can see there's this desperate look on his face as he wrestles back and forth between two personalities. And he falls to the side. What are you gentlemen going to do?
Anyone feel comfortable on the controls of this dam?
Yeah, I tell everyone, subdue him. I can undo it. I know how to undo it, and I'll try to, well, hopefully have somebody tackle him so I can get by.
So
I will. Mm-hmm. I will cast stasis on him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll burn 3 intellect points, surrounding him with scintillating energy.
Nice.
It's a shiny, sparkly, almost a blob, but it just covers him, and he will be frozen from moving or acting for a full minute.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
And remember, he gets a -3.
Well, that's if he chooses to take an action. Right now,
Oh, so
13.
he's kind of
Okay.
jerking back and forth between two different personalities. So at this point, I'm going to basically say he doesn't look like he's in any shape to necessarily take an action until I conveniently think so for the plot, or until something happens. So you rolled a 13, Frank?
13.
Okay, so tell us what it looks like and what happens.
He's suddenly shiny, as if he's wrapped in cellophane, but
Mhm.
sparkly cellophane with little chips of glitter in it. And he is totally frozen in whatever position he was struggling with himself in. But his
And
eyes can still move around.
The
but
scary
that's
thing
all.
is that these two faces, these two personalities are now forming, and they wrestle to the right and to the left, and one of them looks like the sun, but the other one looks like this weird creature with a red hat on. And they become like this cellophane bubble around him as he moves, and he's not quite restrained, but he's obviously at a disadvantage, not the D&D disadvantage, just a general disadvantage. And you can see that he's struggling with this, and he's looking at each one of you, but then he's looking at the bag, and he drops the bag on the ground, and coins start to clatter. And when the coins clatter, the face starts to tear in half, and it now looks like he's got two heads. One is the thief son, and the other one is the red-hatted creature. And now this is a slathering, skeleton-y looking creature that's looking down at the coins, and his arms start to split as well, and one is going for those coins. The other one is going for the bag and holding onto the bag or the gift that your father, or that his father gave him, and he thinks the father gave him. So it's like the mind is processing two things, and he still doesn't appear to be attacking or doing anything. He's wrestling with himself. Is this your moment, Steve?
Now's your chance,
Yeah.
Cadmus.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush past him and try to make a beeline for the controls.
You don't even have to rush past him, but there's more of these creatures that are flooding down, and now it looks like they're landing on the catwalk outside. And by the way, I had assumed you didn't close the door.
Yep.
So
Well,
I'm
still standing there at the door, so I'll just cackle some laughter and start swinging the sword around.
This is a logical assumption, and I would say that they start to bottleneck basically at the door, and it becomes suddenly like 300. So you're going to be making an attack roll here in a moment, but Steve, let's take care of this dam first and see what you can do. So using your memory, you're going to go and try to do what at this point?
Well, I'm gonna link the Commodore 64, put it on the table, take out 2 serial ports, and see if I can plug them in to the dam's controls.
Did the C64 have a serial port? It had
probably not.
Yeah.
It did. I think it was an 8-pin, not a 16-pin.
That's okay.
Make
That's
sure you had an 8-pin.
where the joysticks went.
But at any rate, I'm going to try to reverse engineer what I saw him do to the dam.
So
and
you've got the C64, you've got the memorization that you've done before. Anything else? You want to apply some effort to this?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
And I have a spell or ability called Scan, which may apply here.
Mm-hmm.
The Scan. What page are you?
It's okay. Just tell me what it does in the interest of moving the game along. Just tell me what you think it does.
Yeah, 179. No, I just want to read. Okay, so it says scan an area, including all objects. You learn about the facts that the GM feels are pertinent. So
works for me.
Okay, cool. So I will do those things.
Go ahead and make your roll.
And make my roll.
I'll count it as an ease to the task.
Sure, and that's going to be a 9.
With that, I will give you enough. That and 64K are going to be enough for you to start flipping switches, start moving things around. You start hitting buttons. The Froboz's magic dam startup screen comes in, and you start typing in commands, but this time using your logic and kind of like what you've scanned, you start to make the opposite commands of what you made before, and you hear the dam start to thump, and something has just happened, and you hear the most enormous gears that you could imagine in your life, like grinding to a halt. These things are larger than the propellers on like the Titanic. They just grind to a halt, and immediately as that happens, what you hear are the screams, but not screams of agony, screams of joy from whatever these creatures are that are running around outside the dam and swimming around in the ichor below. And Larry, this goes to you, and you are fighting your way as a creature, clearly one of these creatures, comes up to you and starts to attack. So we don't even have to roll initiative. Just tell me what you're going to do. You're muted, Larry. The big climax. You're muted.
It's amorphous?
Yeah.
Or is it relatively solid?
It looks relatively solid.
Okay. So there looks like there is something to cut off.
There's something to like slash
or
yeah.
arm or something like that. Okay. So rather than piercing, I'm going to take a slice right around the torso and then come back down for a secondary attack.
Okay, go ahead and make your rolls.
All right. First one is an 11.
11 slashes, no problem. We do some damage. Go ahead and bring it around for the second one.
And then the second one. Come down with an 18.
18, very good. Doing extra points of damage for that. I think that it's...
See what I can do when Frank's not around?
Yes, even when Frank's... I know, right? When Frank's not in the way. And you manage to slash at it, coming back that other way. And the moment you hit it, it screeches, and then the thing tears in half, and a human being comes flying out, tumbles over the edge, screaming, half joy, half terror, splashes down in the water, and then you watch him slide and continue down the frigid river, and the next one that's stacked behind it comes up. Is anyone else doing anything?
I had a thought. So Frank paralyzed this wizard thief son person. I don't know if Mangoth is outside about to smash heads with Jack. And I know Cadmus is operating the system, but no one else seems to be paying attention to this thief's son. So I'm going to take out the trident that I have, and I'm going to prime it. I give it a light tap on the floor so that it starts vibrating. Because Poseidon is the god of both the sea and earthquakes. So the vibrating trident, I'm going to touch the prongs against this possessed person to see if it will vibrate them apart from each other.
I love this. Go ahead and make your roll. I love this very much. And in fact, give yourself an XP for this, even before
13.
Whether you succeed or not. 13 is enough. The moment you touch it with a vibrating trident, the two, as if you're hit by an explosion, just blow apart. And they both slide off into opposite corners. And the young son of the thief looks like he's covered in afterbirth almost. And he's all slippery and oozy. And he gets up, and he looks like he's waking up, and he's still holding on to that monkey's paw, but he's looking at it as if it were whatever the thing is that it turned into. And the creature that pops out looks like this hideous skeletal monster. And what you realize you're looking at is Charon, the boatman.
Yeah.
And
not the moon that orbits Pluto.
No, that would not. The moon that orbits Pluto, I didn't describe the size of this room, but a moon that orbits Pluto would probably not, I'm going to say. DM Scotty, you are a minis guy. Would you think that the moon that orbits Pluto would fit in here? Can you give us your expert opinion?
I would say no.
Okay, thank you. The master, the craft father has spoken. So we will say no. So it is charm. And it's obvious now, and he is just skittering around, and he's hissing at each and every one of you, and he's holding on to what is that pole and what is that raft that's below him. But now he's starting to shake things off as if he realizes this isn't exactly what he thought it was. And speaking of Scotty, speaking of Bob, are you up to anything, Bob?
Yeah. So, yeah. So, is the floor opened underneath Sharon?
It looks like it, according to this illusion. You're
now
like on a river, so you're seeing the illusion of him being the boatman.
Oh, the illusion. Okay, I see. Okay, so Mangoth is going to throw himself into this thing, and as he rushes forward, the shield screams, "This'll teach you for discounting my warranty, Frostbot."
Go ahead. And are you gonna slam him with it?
Oh yeah. I am skilled, or I'm specialized with bashing.
Okay, got it. Excellent.
I am, and I have a feat of. I have another, essentially a feat that gives me another. Let's see. It reduces. It eases a task. Okay, sorry, I couldn't think of the terminology. So I've got specialized, and it eases a task. So that's 3 levels right there.
Yep.
So I'm gonna roll it.
Go ahead.
Oh, 19.
So I want to remind you that I mentioned that until something happened, he wasn't going to actually take an action. So what this means is that he's at 3 levels of disadvantage, or he's at 3 increased difficulty levels, or whatever you want to say if he's defending. So this is like doubly so. Essentially, you've just sixed him in a way. And so with the 19, you get a minor effect. And I'm going to tell you what happens, and then if you want to add to this, you go ahead and let me know. But you barrel forward with that shield, and you got it. Those 2 vertebrae are successfully popped. You've been doing some stretches as you were going on the adventure. You're limbering up and like going left and right and back and forth all around. And when you barrel forward, you slam him with your shield, and you punch him through that window out onto the catwalk, sending him hurtling end over end. Is there some minor effect which you would like to imbue
on? How about essentially stunned, so he wouldn't. Oh, that's not a minor effect. That's a major effect. Sorry. Let's see. How about he'll be at essentially not disadvantage, but he'll have steps harder if he tries to. It'll be easier if he tries to.
He tumbles out onto the catwalk, hits against the railing, flips, his feet going up, and he grabs onto the railing, and now he's hanging over the side, and he's slashing with one arm, but he's got to keep that other arm up there if he wants to continue. And now the entire dam is just spluttering and going. Steve, is there anything you'd like to do back on your end? Oh, I'm sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
No. Just something occurred to me. That was just my character.
Oh, okay.
Talking in his head. So.
No, I just want to keep an eye out and make sure that the dam, is stabilized somehow.
Frank?
Or
Has the minute passed?
I would say this happened pretty quickly, so it's probably about to expire if you want to still get something in there.
Well, I want to just get up close to the thief's scion, just to keep a close eye on him, so when he does unfreeze, just check him out to see if he's okay, and if he's normal-ish.
He's in a fetal position at this point, and it looks like you can kind of see that this goo all over him, this afterbirth, is kind of like dripping off of him, but that bubble is still kind of around him. And as a matter of fact, as you look down, Scotty, or I'm sorry, as you look down, I forgot his name, Mangath, what you see is that this bubble is still around him, and he's kind of caught in this, and he's taking all of his might to wrestle back and forth. Anybody else?
Well, I'm going to follow Mangath out. I'm assuming this is an ongoing fight that has now spilled onto the catwalk, so I'm going to follow him out there. My goal is to do the "I have had enough of you" shit.
Well, it's actually like 3. It's I have had
enough of you.
And then yes. So go ahead and make your roll after saying all those things. I'll ease the task by 1 for that. That was pretty stylish.
8.
With that, I'm going to say that because he's frozen, you are actually able to slam him on the U against his fingers, which causes bones, which is all that he really is, to crack and crumble. And what you see are the phalanges on one side dropping while his hand drops on the other. And you see him tumble as if he were a miniature with arms that are a little too long, legs that are a little off, twitching, and as if he were falling against a matte painting of a river. And he falls all the way down, splashing into the water. And the moment that this happens, all of those souls and creatures that were deep down in the water immediately surge up, and they grab him and start to pull him under. And now the dam itself begins to just, those dynamos, those engines inside it are just going louder and louder. Now that they've halted, it's almost as if they're like backed up, and they're just like starting to vibrate. And the dam itself is now starting to crumble all around you. And it looks like it's going to blow at any moment. And the river below is raging with those souls. Anyone? Any ideas?
Scotty just said, "Oh, damn," in chat. So, the AM dam. Oh, damn.
So, are you sure? Are you sure? All right. I'm reaching into my pocket and pulling out one of those scrolls.
Yes.
GTFO, man. GTFO.
Yeah. So guys, I mean, we've got it. I know exactly what we need to do. We need to free these people. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to help by blowing the dam.
The gates are just bursting now.
I'm casting a Cypher that is a scroll. It's called Detonation Singularity. It is a level 10, creates a little miniature black hole.
Excellent.
Of which we're going to just take out that entire dam. And then we'll step aside on the catwalk.
Okay. All right. I is that I get that. That's
what the voice is telling me to do. It's telling me, yeah, I've got to somehow free these people from the Icker.
Is there any level to this? What's the level?
10.
Okay, so go ahead and make a roll.
All right. And here it is. It is a 12.
For a 12, you begin to read this, and now the dam is actually already weakened, so it doesn't really take that much. It's just a little bit of a push, as indeed, around you, a concrete block blows out past you at 100 miles an hour, smashing into the wall, and then another one blows out above you, and then shoots out through the doorway. And then another one, as you look, because you're on the outside now, Jack, what you see are cracks begin to form as parts of the dam burst. And then out of it start to come souls you're very sure now that what you're seeing are actually the souls of the townspeople that burst out. And at first, as they tumble and burst out, they're covered in their own black ichor, but then they turn quickly as they tumble end over end into the river. And the souls that are down in the river, instead of bursting up and grabbing it down, they burst up and they lift it. And their own black ichor begins to disappear. And they carry each other down the river. And now giant, enormous blocks like boulders begin to pop out of the river. These enormous sections start to fall out of the dam and then tumble down into the river. And more souls begin to come out. And now it's clearly very dangerous to stay in this room. You guys have to get out because there are more blocks that are bursting out. Are we running? What are we doing?
I was hopeful that my singularity, I was going to essentially create an easement point somewhere further down so that it's not crumbling and everything's crumbling up top, but essentially it would, for all intents and purposes,
you would kind of drop it
toward the middle of the wall to kind of force the flow of water rather than through it. I was using it as a way to alleviate the pressure.
I can see it, but what's actually ended up happening is that by dropping it out in there, you've actually caused a ripple that is like working on the dam. And I will just say this, it's not necessarily that caused it.
Understood.
It may be something else.
Well, that didn't work. Oopsie.
And I guess Eric is still running. Right now, Eric is no longer can we assume that? You're no longer with us? Are you jumping off the dam or are you running back the way you came?
I thought from the geography, I would have to go back the way we came to get off the dam so I'm not on it when it collapses.
I will give you one hint here, though, and I will say, you would know this, the Frigid River runs underground, but then it eventually makes its way back to the town.
But it sounds like it's not a river I want to be swimming in.
Okay, it's up to you.
Matt,
unless this is all natural spring souls.
It's Poland spring souls.
Right.
Hey, let's jump in the black portal. What could happen?
Yeah, what's the worst could happen?
We can escape that way.
Are we escaping by jumping into the river?
Sucking everything in.
By running around? By jumping into the portal? What are we doing?
Wait, there's a portal?
Well, I think that was what Larry had created, and it was tearing chunks out of the
black
wall.
hole.
Wouldn't that kill us?
I
black hole?
I think
probably.
So. Yeah. Just offering it as an option. I don't want to,
Let me read the description. Let's see. It inflicts 20 points of damage to all within short range, drawing them and their remains together to immediate range if possible.
The word remains to me implies that perhaps...
we wouldn't survive it.
Yeah.
Player characters to this radius who fail a might defense roll move down one step on the damage track.
As you're waiting, the parts of the catwalk start falling off, like just clearly. You got to make a decision.
Yeah, I'm already down the catwalk.
Okay.
I want to help the young man to his feet.
You're able to do that in a minute's over.
Right. It's like, are you able to run?
Yes, I can get out. I can do it.
Are you hurt at all?
I don't know. That's a complex question. Perhaps better answered at another time.
Let's go. We need to go right now. I'm going to grab him by the arm and we're going to bolt.
My finger hurts. My pinky hurts.
No, let's go.
You can run faster than your dad.
With you. Yeah. Okay.
Dive into the stick, fellows.
So what's the out? You jump over the edge?
Yes.
So Larry begins to tumble, and you just see him go over the edge and disappear.
What are you talking about? I can dive into the water, can't I?
Well, yeah, you do. You limber up, and then you just dive. Okay. Anyone else? He disappears into the black ichor.
So,
where's Eric at?
He's off the catwalk. That coward is back on the cliff. I assume.
He's on the cliff.
So So Mangoth is like, there's no way Bob is coming back. Mangoth live forever. And so so Mangoth is like, shield, give me a riff. And he holds it up, it's like, so he's like, so Mangoth holds a shield in front of him, and the shield's face is like, and the shield says, "Oh, Zork," and Mangoth is like, every muscle pumping, veins popping. He leaps forward with the shield outstretched, straight for the black hole. He's going to go through the black hole and find out what's on the other side.
Oh boy.
And the last you see of Mangoth is him disappearing into the black hole. And what is everyone else doing?
Can I see Eric? That cliff face is...
You can see him off on the cliff. And now more pieces. You can see him and he's just doing this. He's running like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 3. Yeah, like.
So Jack went into the river. Mangoth just jumped into the black hole. Eric's running away. Thief Boy is around us. Cadmus is here with me.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to initiate. I'm going to roll to see if it works. Far step, because it will allow me to leap through the air and land some distance away, up, down, or across, anywhere you choose in long range. So I'm going to attempt to leap to catch up with Eric. I, too, am cowardly right now.
Go ahead. Make your roll.
15.
You are easily able to skip like Legolas along, and you catch up to Eric easily. What are you up to, Steve?
I am going to summon a giant spider, which is one of my spells.
Yeah.
And I'm going to apply effort, which allows me to command this spider. And then I'm going to ride this spider to safety.
Go ahead and make your roll.
Okay, doke.
Just you or you and the sun?
Every man for himself.
The dam is starting to collapse around you.
Well, it says that the creatures can range from the size of a large dog to the size of a large horse.
Gotta make a quick decision here. What are you doing?
If it's a large horse, I'll take him with me.
Yeah, you can certainly.
All right. So yeah, and so maybe I'll just apply an extra effort then to make sure that it's big enough. And that's a 14.
You are able to do so, and this spider just comes climbing out over the top of the dam. And just as the catwalk beneath you starts to collapse, the spider scoops down and gathers both you and your newfound companion and starts to crawl along the edge of the dam as parts of it just begin to burst. Are you steering it towards someplace in particular, or?
Yeah, towards where Frank and Eric are.
So off towards the edge there. And so you're able to make your way toward them as the spider crawls along the edge. Now, here's what happens.
No.
Well, so let me think of the most logical order to do this in. Larry, you are sent tumbling, twisting, turning through these currents. You make your way up and down, and hands are grabbing at you, and you're terrified of these hands until you realize that they're actually the hands of kind souls that are now not corrupted by the machinery of the dam. And they push you and move you along through the dam until they spit you out on a beach where there lays a shovel that's stuck in the dirt. But there's no sign of your companions anywhere. And looking up into the sky, what you see is the mist has been lifted. And looking over, there's a boat on the water where a boy and a father were fishing. And you blink a few times, and they were frozen. But slowly they begin to move again. The boy casts his reel out, and the boy and the father begin to fish. And you use the shovel to stand up and look around. And the beach beckons as if there were something in the sand that you should dig.
I start digging exactly where the voice is telling me to.
As you start digging, you find a jewel-encrusted egg. Not quite where it should have been, but for some reason it's here. And you know, somewhere, the 20 treasures of Zork are out there, and they've been moved and reset. With that, we will fade from Jack, and we will go to both Eric, Frank, Steve, his companion, and his giant spider, who make their way as quickly as they can through twisting passages. And many of these passages look familiar, but you're not quite right. And it doesn't happen as quickly as it happened with Jack. But eventually, making your way through, you're able to find your way back. Not through the cellar where you were originally, well, not through the cellar of the Cambridge Abbey, but coming up through a cellar in that White House. And how it would be that those mazes would take you back there, you don't know. But as you make your way up and you crash through the trap door, you take a look around the living room. And there's a trophy case that looks like it's been smashed. The trophies which you placed in there once are taken, removed. They're gone. And you realize that those 20 treasures of Zork, someone's stolen them, hidden them all over again. And beside you, the thief looks at them and shakes his head. I tried to bring them back after they'd been stolen, but I made a mistake. That dam, there's something about that dam. It's been corrupted by Charon. They were trying to use the souls of these good people as some sort of engine for their dark deeds. I tried to make up for my father, but you're the real heroes that stopped it. But now, the only trouble is, those 20 powerful items, those 20 treasures, are distributed all throughout the underground, the great underground. The great underground empire. We need to go back, because things are not done, not yet. Perhaps not today, but another day. But for now, thank you for coming to get me. And we fade to black on those master adventurers. But we go to one other adventurer. One adventurer who falls slowly into this black hole, whatever it may be, this tiny, almost egg-shaped device that he falls into. And everything goes black for you, and your shield begins to shrink again, turning back into a keychain. And everything goes to black. You have dreams of the real world, of the above ground world. of your old life. And then when you awaken in a strange room, very ornate, very beautiful, with cloudy windows all around. And what you see is a giant face looking into your room, and that's the face of Jack as he stares at you, trapped in the jewel-encrusted egg. So,
Nice.
ladies and gentlemen,
Help me, help me.
that is the end of our adventure. I want to thank my players very much for agreeing to come on and play. I had a great time. I really like this group. We had a lot of fun. I wanted to end on a bit of a, I don't mean this to be a sad note, but I just sort of felt like I wanted to bring this up. So when I was younger, there was a game I loved called Sky Realms of Jeroen, and it was published by Chessex Publishing, and it had 3 iterations. There were three drafts, or I should say 3 editions of it that were published. So the 3rd edition had some revisions done to it and some ideas added to it and modules made for it by a man who called himself Joe S. Coleman. His real name is Joseph K. Adams, and it was one of my favorite games when I was a kid, even though I never really got to play it. And so about 5 or 6 years ago, when I started digging around on the internet, I managed to find Joe S. Coleman, who was actually Joseph K. Adams, and I sent him an email, and he started talking to me, and so we've talked off and on for quite a few years. And so he was a really nice guy, and I got to sort of know him as best you can through the internet. And he friended me on Facebook, and we talked, and he loved Sky Realms of Jeroen so much he wanted to bring it back for 4th edition, but due to legal issues he could not do so. But that didn't stop him from creating his own version of it that he called Orpha, One Roll for All, which he created himself. So we talked off and on, and like I said, I got to be about as friendly with him as you can be through the internet and having intermittent talks every so often. Well, a few days ago, I woke up, and for the last few years, Joe hasn't been in the best condition, and unfortunately, I sadly learned that Joe had passed away, and so I just wanted to say that I appreciate Joe having spent time talking to a silly guy like me for 5 or 6 years, and for the fact that he took the time to like talk to me when other people, other role players and gamers and stuff like that were so busily being like, contacted by silly fans and things like that. Joe was a really nice guy to me. I regret that I never got to play with him, but I did actually get to talk to him. But I have a little bit of good news, if you can say that there's any good news in this, and that is that Joe sent me his edition of Jeroen Orpha, which was never released. So Orpha stands for One Roll Fits All. And so I do have a copy of this. As far as I know, it has never, ever, ever been released. There are probably a few people out there that have this this edition, but so my plan is maybe in the future, in another month or 2, I would like to do another Friday night one-shots, and I would like to run Jeroen, Sky Realms of Jeroen, using Joe's Orpha system. So I apologize for adding it on to tonight's game. I didn't mean to surprise my players or anything, but I was just surprised a couple days ago when I found out about it, and I thought this was a good way to, at the very least, bring attention to Joe and his work. I hope you'll Google him and YouTube search for him. There are a couple cool interviews with him. He deserves to be to be heard. He's got a lot of great ideas. He loved that game very dearly. And so I'd like to dedicate, if you can do such a thing, dedicate my game mastering for tonight to Joe. But I want to let everybody know that I hope maybe in another month or two to run that Joroon game with his system so that people can see how cool that game was. So at any rate, yeah, I just wanted to say that. And once again, I want to close by thanking my players. It was a lot of fun tonight. Thank you guys so much for playing with me. I had a great time. And hopefully Friday night one-shots will be back and in maybe a month or two with another Joroon game or some other game. But we will definitely get to that Joroon game when we have a chance. So thank you all very much for tuning in. And to each of you, happy gaming in the future. Good night, everybody.